onto Facebook and saying it's another year-end send-off in the books.
Oh, that's
like when a cruise ship comes into port, right? They welcome you back. I love this.
That's super cute. What a great idea. And then they don't have to clean the inside of the bus either.
Right.
It's done.
Perfect. And it's hot. Hey, you know what? It's Friday. We're out of time. We'll see you back here on Monday.
See you then.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. I want to let you know some of the things that we are monitoring on what is proving to be a very busy Friday here in Central Florida. First, let me give you a live look in Davie right now, where we're hearing from the FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, speaking alongside Governor Ron DeSantis, some other officials talking about immigration enforcement. We will check in on that and get you there in just a little bit. Let me also give you a live look in Tallahassee, where lawmakers are meeting here in the House this is the Senate, and then also in the House. This is the budget special session, and lawmakers going to be voting on that shortly. They have been discussing and debating that today, so we'll keep an eye on that and monitor that as well in our state capitol. And let me give you a live look from our Launch Credit Union camera along our Space Coast. A successful SpaceX launch just a little bit ago, coming on the heels of a crazy explosion last night that we've been covering, continuing to follow up on today with a New Glenn static fire. It was a hot test and went wrong, and so we're continuing to track the fallout of that and what that means. And what that means for our space industry here in Florida as well, which we know means has such a large economic impact and just a big impact on our region in a number of ways. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we are pleased to be joined by Rob Long, who is the CEO of Space Florida, joining us live this morning. And Colonel Long, we appreciate you. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be here.
So first of all, I just want to get your reaction. Obviously, this is a tough thing to see, to hear, to be dealing with. Just your initial reaction to what happened last night along the Space Coast.
Yeah, we're in a cutting edge industry here on the Space Coast and really statewide. But so anomalies like this are going to happen. They've happened before. But we have no doubt that the Blue Origin team will learn and rebuild with the same determination that's got them to this point. So it's a pleasure to be a partner with them. And I think, as you noted earlier, the launch this morning just represents the spaceport continues to do its thing and support commercial industry, support national security, support human exploration. So it's all part of what we plan for and in a strategic perspective. But more importantly, it speaks to kind of just the diversity of the entire ecosystem that we can continue with a launch this morning, moving forward together.
I think something like this also goes to show just how hard going to space is, and just how you can say it's a routine test, it's a routine flight, but it just kind of I think serves as a reminder just how amazing what you're doing or trying to do every time something every time you do a launch or a test. I mean, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
Absolutely. I mean, our success as a state, just generally, in having the world's busiest spaceport, does belie the fact that this is incredibly hard. It's incredibly technologically challenging, incredibly innovative. But this is exactly why people come to Florida. It's exactly why we're doing what we're doing, and it's exactly why we have such a vibrant industry here in the state.
Is something like this a setback for the space industry in Florida?
No, I don't see this as a setback at all. I think, as I mentioned earlier, this is in some cases, this is what happens, and we plan for these kinds of things in a general sense. And I have no doubt Blue Origin and everybody will continue to just move forward and learn and tackle the next challenge.
When we, we mentioned the successful SpaceX launch this morning. How important is it to see something like that go well? Just for the confidence that people in the area or in the industry have in these continued operations. How important is it to see something like that go well after something like that last night that very clearly did not?
Yeah, I think, a robust ecosystem like we have here across Florida, really, but of course here on the Space Coast, really just speaks to that no single setback is going to slow things down. And overall, everybody's committed to making sure that we continue to move forward as an industry at large, really, and nationally.
Things are certainly changing along the Space Coast with with the space industry. We know it's getting a lot of attention right now with these national priorities that have really put space in the spotlight, and that has been a good thing for many here in Florida. At the same time, we've seen operations ramp up, which is also a good thing, but has also raised some concerns among folks who live in the area, live nearby. These launch pads, especially after seeing something last night. So, what is your message to folks as we do see the missions and operations and the industry continue to grow along Florida's Space Coast?
Well, I think as you even mentioned earlier, this is a vital national security. It's vital to human exploration. It's vital to the country. And the great part is we have such a great relationship across the community and with industry and our other government partners that we will continue to collaborate. We Space Florida will continue to support those conversations to make sure everybody understands, how the growth is continuing in a responsible manner. And but the launch this morning is just another example, and hopefully again this evening, that we continue to do great things here in Florida, and we'll continue to do that for the foreseeable future.
So what is the kind of the next step for Space Florida in the aftermath of something like this? How are you kind of responding and dealing with things and moving forward here?
Yeah, I mean, our role in situations like this, or more broadly, is really to make sure we understand what's industry's needs, what the ecosystem needs, and continue to support the ecosystem as it grows and invest in the infrastructure as necessary. And so we'll continue to work very closely with Blue Origin as wonderful partners, and support as necessary.
So what's the bottom line here? What do you want people to know as we continue to follow up on this? Obviously, still a lot of questions about the actual incident itself, but what do you want people to know about the space industry here in Florida after people see something like this? I mean, this is making international news today.
Absolutely. I think, what I would always remind is, as we started off this conversation, what is going on here is not an easy task, but it's something that happens really in no place else like here in Florida. And we're going to continue to support that. We're going to continue to make sure that the industry has the resources necessary to really make sure that this gem and the world's busiest spaceport continues to operate to support not only Florida, not only the nation, but globally.
Colonel Rob Long, President and CEO of Space Florida, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Absolutely. Thanks.
We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. Breaking news here as we are following developments in Iran. President Donald Trump putting this on Truth Social just moments ago, saying Iran must agree that they will never have a nuclear weapon or bomb. The Hormuz Strait must be immediately open, no tolls for unrestricted shipping traffic in both directions. All water mines, bombs, if any, will be terminated. We have removed through detonation numerous such mines with our great underwater minesweepers. Iran will complete the immediate removal and or detonation of any mines that are left, which will not be many. Ships caught in the strait due to our amazing and unprecedented naval blockade, which will now be lifted, may start the process of heading home. Say hello to your wives, husbands, parents, and families from me, your favorite president. The enriched material, sometimes referred to as nuclear dust, which is buried deep underground with virtually collapsed mountains caused by our powerful B-2 bomber attack 11 months ago, sitting on top of it, will be unearthed by the United States, which it is agreed is the only country, along with China, with the mechanical capability of doing so, in close coordination and conjunction with the Islamic Republic of Iran, plus the International Atomic Energy Agency, and destroyed. No money will be exchanged until further notice. Other items of far less importance have been agreed to. I will be meeting now in the Situation Room to make a final determination. So the president in the Situation Room to further mull over this deal with Iran. This comes after reporting yesterday that there has been an extension of the ceasefire. So joining us live now to talk about all of this, as it remains a very fluid situation in the Middle East, Dr. Houman Sadri, a professor at UCF, an expert in this area. Dr. Sadri, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you very much, Garrett, for inviting me.
So first, I just want to get your reaction to what we just heard from the president. Sounds like a number of points have been agreed to, but still some major sticking points that remain points of contention.
Well, I think the president indicated what most of us would like to hear. First of all, we all want, the ceasefire to continue and the war to end, and our boys and girls come back home and things get back to normal. That said, we have been in a situation similar to that in the last several weeks a few times, that we were very close. There was an understanding that there is an agreement, and then somehow we were disappointed. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I would like to actually see a continuation of what is happening so far. And so far, the signals, they seem very positive. But I like to see it before I believe it.
We have talked before about a couple of the major things here. Obviously, Trump saying over and over that he does not want Iran to have the capability for nuclear weapons, and says that Iran has kind of balked at some of that. And then the tolling issue with the Strait of Hormuz. How do you see those issues playing out?
Right. I think the sentiment of the president is the sentiment of a lot of us. There is a trust issue between the U.S. and Iran. There are other countries that they actually have nuclear weapons, and we have not gone through the same process with them. I think if that issue is somehow in the long run through some confidence building measures is somehow managed, I don't think it's going to completely go away. It's managed. Even the nuclear issue is not going to be as much of a problem. However, I think during this particular war, the Revolutionary Guard, which has basically taken over the Iranian government, it has, experienced something in its hand that is much more significant than the nuclear weapon. And that is, control of Strait of Hormuz. In the last 47 years, there were a lot of threats that Iran might do that, but under the last two supreme leaders, the Iranian government decided not to do it. Now, during this particular war, as you know, they have used it, and that has become a major soft power in their hand, because they know that they can basically hold, the world economy hostage and put tremendous amount of pressure, not just on the U.S., but the U.S. allies and the neighboring countries. We see not only the price of gas going up, Oil is also related to food production. Oil is also related to, generating power. Many countries, they do not have a nuclear, capacity, so they generate power by burning diesel or gas or something. All of these prices are going to be going up, and for the near future, they are on the rise, if you like it or not. So this is a major ace in the hand of the Revolutionary Guard of Iran in terms of negotiating with the US and perhaps with some other countries.
You talked about just a few minutes ago about how it has seemed we've been close to a deal and ending this several times, but nothing has quite kind of actually come to a full agreement here. What do you think is making this, with your knowledge of relations between these two countries and just the history here, what makes it so difficult to come to an agreement and end this war?
Well, very frankly, because I think the regime is very much concerned about its survival, So from their perspective, it's a total war. From our perspective, it's a limited war that we could just pack up our bags and leave, For them, they are very good negotiators. Let's don't underestimate that. Just if somebody is radical, it doesn't make him a lunatic or a crazy person. They are very good negotiators. They're completely aware about the soft power that they have gained through this whole process by controlling Strait of Hormuz. They're also quite aware that we are getting closer and closer to what? To the midterm election, and that puts the administration under pressure. I'm not an expert in American politics. My focus is international relation, but even I know that in most of the cases, during a midterm election, the party in control is going to lose some seats here and there, And now with this economic situation touching everybody, especially, the middle and lower classes, that's going to be troublesome for the, Republican, tickets this coming, midterm election. And they completely realize that. So from their perspective, time is in their hand, time is on their side. So coming to a, quick negotiation, I don't think that would be something that they would be necessarily interested. They would be trying to drag it on. But at the same time, they would not like to be hit anymore because, very frankly, we have run out pretty much from most of the military targets. So what is left is a lot of infrastructure, and we wanted to make sure that we do not, persuade the Iranians, typical Iranians who would not be for the regime, but against the regime, to start rallying around the flag and support their regime. So that's one of our challenges now.
UCF professor Dr. Houman Sadri, we always appreciate your time and your expertise. Thank you so much for joining us today, helping us to make sense of all of this as we continue to track what seems like a very fluid situation as the conflict drags on in the Middle East.
Thank you, Garrett.
We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Dr. Sadri, thank you.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Davie, taking some questions right now at the end of this news conference about immigration enforcement in the state of Florida. Right now talking about property taxes, hoping someone will ask him to get his reaction on the New Glenn explosion as well. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
I want to do because I think it'll get done. I think people will know that, we're going to make sure that this works well. But what's going to happen is this passes, you are going to see the economic base get stronger. You are going to see people have more money in their pockets. And so the tax base in non-homestead ways, not just in property, but another thing, the local governments are going to get money from that, from the beneficial effects on the economy. So I think that it's very well thought out. A lot of these were not even my ideas. These are people, people have talked to us for the last year over things. We've talked to legislators. We've talked to folks who really want to see this done. But I think that that's appropriate. Some of the rural have a tougher time. Honestly, Miami, you don't need to tax anybody's homestead in Miami-Dade because you've got massive money flowing in here, particularly very, very wealthy people. And so it's like, why would you have all this wealth come in and then just price middle-class people out? I would capitalize on that wealth by relieving middle-class people of a burden so that they could actually afford to live in Miami-Dade when it was less expensive, like it was when it was less expensive. So Miami, Palm Beach, they have all kinds of ability to do this. And actually, they should do it more aggressively than this ballot provision even says, because I think the people that really built this county deserve it. And these are folks that could really use the relief. So that'll be Monday, Tuesday, and then goes on the ballot in November. There is going to be, I don't know if they've put it out yet, but I know that there's going to be a calculator where you can go and see, okay, if it passes, here's my address, what's my tax bill, what will it be? Okay, when it's raised, say from 250 to 500, what will it be? And you can just calculate that. And you can look at that for your properties and for your homestead property, and people are going to be really excited about it. So just make sure you're very vocal. Make sure that you make your expectations known. That now's the time to be able to do this. And final things, just people say, oh, you can't do this, you can't do this, right? They said the same. Honestly, they said the same. You can't be open during COVID. You can't have schools open. They said all this stuff and so many things they said, but we're in a unique situation because we have 140 million visitors a year. I mean, it's ranged between 135 and 142 for like the last 3 or 4 years. The economy overall, when the economy really does well, that number picks up even more. And I think that probably we've seen nationally a slowdown in tourism from people that are more middle class, and then kind of the affluent are still doing it because the market's been good for them, but kind of the middle class. But the reality is that's a lot of people, and that's a massive tax base just for people coming into the state. And then you have all the snowbirds. So you have Canadians. I mean, honestly, them paying property tax, they pay a lot more in Canada. So it's like, you pay. You have people that are coming for second homes, third homes, all this other stuff. You've got a pretty impressive tax base in most parts of the state. And like I said, on the rural, I'll give them the grants. That's fine. It's chump change when you really think about some of the rural, because their budgets are so low, their population's low, but they don't have the same luxuries that a Miami or a Fort Lauderdale or a Palm Beach would have, because you have so many people that want to be down here, so many people that are looking to move here, vacation here. So let's lead the way. Let's take advantage of this unique circumstance and give people that. And final thing is, I hear politicians blab about affordability and never offer any solution for it. I never hear. I just hear them complain and say this and that. I hear these congressmen complaining when they've inflated the currency because of the debt. I hear all this different stuff. It's like, okay, show me what you're going to do. Oh, I'm going to lower this. I'm going to lower this. How? How are you going to do it? They have no answers. I hear nothing. This is how you do it. So one thing we control is the tax. We can determine that. And it's really giving you constitutional protection for your homestead, so that future legislators, future county commissions say they're not going to be able to touch that. That's going to be your little dominion, free and clear of the government. I mean, imagine that, how good that is. But I'm sick of the platitudes. I'm sick of people going out there. I mean, I see these commercials like, show up like, oh, I'm gonna make things this. Okay, how? And especially the congressman saying it when we have $2 trillion a year now that's added. They had a lot to do with this. That's just the fact. So don't just talk. Don't just say. Show me what you're going to do. And I have not seen very much outside of a lot of platitudes. This is real. This is not platitudes. This will be there, and the voters are going to be able to hopefully grant themselves historic protection for their homestead, for their wallets, and I think it will, improve their quality of life. All right, thanks everybody.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up a news conference in Broward County, taking some questions, talking about property taxes, alligator Alcatraz, a number of other things at that news conference about immigration enforcement. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we're continuing to talk about this rocket explosion, and it was something that you picked up on radar even.
It's a big explosion when the weather radar picks up the smoke plume. Yeah, I want to show you this. Check this out. So last night, this happened as part of the New Glenn rocket static fire test. They do these static fire tests, of course, before launching the rocket. In this case, it was supposed to launch on June 4th and bring some of those Amazon internet satellites onto orbit. All routine stuff, but something went wrong, and right at 9 p.m., boom. But look at that in the yellow circle. That's the smoke plume traceable by radar moving all the way out to sea. And the good news here, Garrett, is that it was a southwest flow, because who knows what's in that exhaust plume. Oftentimes with these kind of industrial accidents, there are chemicals that are not good for you to breathe. It moved offshore instead of pushing onshore. But if this had happened during the afternoon and there was a sea breeze happening, in theory, some of that exhaust plume could have been brought into Titusville, Port St. John, and other populated areas. So with this mixture of chemicals on board this 362-foot rocket, fortunately, it's not as big and bad as other types of rockets, but still, you never know. So it was good that it moved offshore, but what a big explosion. That was just incredible to see. Well, the smoke is cleared and we're warming things up 82. We had so much rain yesterday in parts of the area, but other spots didn't see quite as much. Today will be very similar, but I think that areas that didn't get the rain yesterday have a good chance for it this afternoon, and we've got a lot of tropical moisture in place, so there's a lot of fuel for the fire. Daytona's looking nice now. The beach is the place to be in the mornings. Just make sure you keep a very close eye to the sky. If you're in Daytona Beach, you want to look northwest of Daytona Beach this afternoon, because our weather will be coming in from Gainesville. It's coming in from the northwest today, kind of a different wind direction, different storm direction. But there it is. Everything's quiet now. That'll change. We'll see about a 20% chance at 1 p.m., then ramping up to a 70% chance between 5 and 6 p.m. So it'll become likely once again, and where it rains, it will really, really pour. So if you have any plans outside, keep in mind we could see ponding on the roadways. Also, we're looking at, a situation where we may have a lot of lightning with these. So about 1 o'clock, we'll see popping up in isolated ways in the villages in Ocala, in Orlando, and then it'll be moving toward the south and east. There's Daytona Beach, there's Cocoa Beach by 3. Now, there will be a blossoming of storms as the Atlantic sea breeze, you can see it there at 4 o'clock, moves in from the east, and that'll happen right over the I-95 corridor, Melbourne, Cocoa Beach, Titusville. But then look what happens through dinner. I mean, we may see a lot of this activity hanging on through 6, 7, 8 o'clock with big storms rolling through for dinner time. I don't know about you guys, over at our house in Seminole County, we ironically only had a few drops of rain, but I think today we got a much better chance for it. And in fact, for today only, we could see an additional 2 to 3 inches on those yellow and red areas. It was interesting, Garrett. Yesterday, while we only had a couple of drops of rain, just down the street, they had over 2 inches of rain. So it was classic Florida for you right there. 91 a bushel today, 88 in Cocoa Beach. The onset of the rain happening a little bit later, allowing it to warm up a bit more. In our tropical outlook, fortunately, no tropical activity expected over the next 7 days. We're going to start doing these now. We're 3 or 4 days away from the start of the hurricane season, depending on how you measure it. June 1st is the time, and we'll be watching that for 6 months. A couple of tropical waves out there, no threat for any of that stuff to develop. Here's the 7-day forecast. We'll see a 70% chance for rain today, a slightly lower chance tomorrow, but if it storms tomorrow, we could have some wind gusts associated with those storms. and then we're back up to the 70% chances Sunday through Tuesday before catching a break for the middle of next week. Looks like we may actually have a rain-free Thursday if it all comes together. By then we'll probably want it. But Garrett, this is all good news in the big picture because we have been in the grips of this unrelenting drought, and now we're starting to see fissures in the drought. And in fact, the drought monitor was released yesterday. The once per week drought monitor comes out every Thursday, and it shows that we are now turning the corner. And while we're still in one of the biggest droughts or status currently that we've had in 25 years, we're starting to see the downtick. And it looks like by the end of the rainy season, we may make vast improvements to the point where we're not really worried about it anymore.
Okay, good. So nice to finally be making some progress in that area.
Exactly. It's going to be a long road, but I think we're going to get there.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's give you a live look right now at the campus of Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama, where in just a few hours, the UCF baseball team going to be opening their shot NCAA regionals. They take on NC State tonight at 6 o'clock. We've got a lot of UCF news to talk about today, and so we are happy to be joined by Orlando Sentinel UCF writer Matt Burchell, joining us live now via Zoom. Matt, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
No problem. It's great to be here.
So before we get to baseball, let's talk a little basketball here, because the big news yesterday, the extension for head basketball coach Johnny Dawkins. First, kind of just walk us through what we know about this deal, this extension, and where it takes the team.
Yeah, Johnny's his contract was coming down to the very end of the upcoming season. This wasn't his current deal wasn't a guaranteed year, so this was kind of something they've been working on ever since UCF was in the NCAA tournament back in March. This new deal is a 3-year deal that takes him through the 2029 season. We haven't had any contract details yet that have been released on it when it comes to financials, but this is clearly a reward for Johnny and the job he's been able to do last year. The Knights went to the NCAA tournament for the first time since the 2018-19 season. They returned almost no production from this previous season. They had 13 newcomers coming in, and they went through and won a program best 9 games in the Big 12 conference, including some big thrilling wins over ranked teams like Kansas, Texas Tech, BYU, and so this was kind of the school really kind of rewarding Johnny for the job he's able to do, also helping bringing some continuity to the program as well. This was his 10th year, Johnny's 10th year as basketball coach at UCF. So, I wanted to keep that stability going, particularly in this era of college athletics with the transfer portal and everything going on. It's nice to have a little bit of that continuity. So this was something that's been in the works for a few months now. I talked to UCF Athletic Director Terry Mahajer during the NCAA tournament in Philadelphia, the tournament game in Philadelphia, and he told me that both sides were working on this. They had a deal in place, and they were just kind of waiting for all the dot the I's and cross the T's sort of thing. So it's now official now, and Johnny will be here through 2029.
All right, now let's talk a little baseball because it's a fun time of year. NCAA baseball regionals right now, and UCF opening up tonight in Auburn. What do we expect to see from the Knights on the diamond in this regional round?
Yeah, this is an interesting game for UCF. This is the first time they've left the state of Florida for an NCAA regional game since the 2001 season, and so this team has been known for being road warriors this season. They've won, I think it was 4 out of the 5 road series in the Big 12 this year. That's been impressive for them. They've done really well on the road, so this gives them an opportunity maybe to kind of continue that stretch as they go to Auburn. They're going to face NC State. NC State is playing for their coach, who's basically, this is his last year. He's decided to retire at the end of this NCAA tournament run, so he's going to be done. For UCF, if they can get past this game tonight, they'd face the winner of the Auburn-Milwaukee game, which was the first game on the day on Friday. So they want an opportunity. Auburn's a good team, but there's nobody in this regional right now that I would say would scare UCF. So they feel like they got a good chance to make a run. They haven't been to a super regional ever in program history, so they'd like an opportunity to do that this year. Would be good. It'd be a good opportunity to prove that. Last year they missed out on making the Big 12 tournament and the NCAA tournament. So this is kind of a little bit of redemption for the Knights if they get a chance to come out, have a good showing on Friday.
We would love to see a historic run to the Super Regional, maybe even beyond. And that all starts today. Now, finally here, Matt, talk with us about the Big 12 spring meetings. We know those have been going on. They end today. Anything noteworthy that you've been following with that?
Yeah, the Big 12, along with, the Big 10 and the ACC, is throwing its support behind a 24-team college football playoff model. If the playoff is going to expand over the next couple of years, they want to expand it to 24 teams. The SEC's been really hesitant to do that. I think during their spring meetings earlier this week, they talked about they'd like to see a 16-team model at the most. So, the Big 12 just believes gives them a good opportunity. According to some of the coaches voted in a poll yesterday. It was unanimous. They all support the 24-team playoff. They felt like if they'd had the playoff this year, 24-team playoff this year, they would have had 5 teams in the playoff. So a lot of this is about opportunities. It's about trying to get as many teams as you possibly can into the postseason. So the Big 12 is throwing its weight behind that. That's really the big news of this week, is that it's the idea of what they believe gives them the best shot to help them out, especially as we get closer and closer to new media rights deals, which for the Big 12 will come to fruition in 2030.
All right, Matt Murschel, Orlando Sentinel UCF beat writer. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Always enjoy talking with you.
Thanks for having me.
As we go to break, give you another live look. Looks like a little bit cloudy there, but I'm not seeing any rain, so that's good. At 6 o'clock tonight is UCF NC State. You can watch that game on ESPNU. We'll be right back.
Thanks so much.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look over downtown Orlando as we get ready to head into the weekend. Again, welcome back in Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It's time now for our Community Crossroads, where we tell you some of the things going on around town this weekend, some things that you might want to check out, some news spots as well that you maybe haven't heard of. So bringing in now our friends from U-Nation, we've got Ashley Edwards, who's the Director of Creative Strategy, and Social Coordinator Sarah Barkley. Always good talking with you guys. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, Garrett, thanks for having us. I don't know, something about this weekend just feels like it's really deserved to treat yourself. So we've got some great options for you to do so.
All right, I am down. So let's start. You got a spooky event, first of all, that you're telling us about.
Orlando, you don't have to wait for Halloween season to celebrate all of the spookiness going on. We've got Spooky Empire happening this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday, it kicks off at 1 p.m. And then Saturday, we got all day from 11 a.m. till late as 8 p.m. What is Spooky Empire? It is a con for everything horror and pop culture related. It's going to be at the Doubletree at Hilton near SeaWorld over on I-Drive. So you've got a ton of things to do over there as well while you're here for the convention. So they have a huge vendor room full of collectibles. Plus, they have a film festival going on where you'll get to watch some of your favorite horror films. And then you have an opportunity to even meet the cast. That's right, they have celebrity guests with autographs and photo ops you can sign up for. And these stars include some icons from your favorite cult classic film franchises like Chucky and The Nightmare on Elm Street. Plus, the cast of the hit new TV series Welcome to Derry is also going to be there and do a panel as well. So you'll get to hear from them and those incredible child actors. Plus, a mix of horror and sci-fi and tattoo culture. There's going to be over 50 tattoo artists here for their tattoo festival and live performances happening every night. There is so much happening over the weekend, so I definitely recommend popping over to Spooky Empire if that is your vibe and you are counting down the days to HHN starting.
Yeah, you know what? For a lot of folks, Halloween can't come soon enough, so I'm sure that there are people excited about that, including Ashley Edwards.
Correct. That's great names.
All right, and now Sarah, talk with us about this celebration of something that everyone loves to hate on.
So if you guys have yet to see the I-4 eyesore, I'm pretty sure if you live in Orlando, you're going to know exactly what building we're talking about, which is the Majesty Building, an 18-story skyscraper in Altamont Springs, located right off Interstate 4. It's a 300,000 square foot building. They're having a party to celebrate the I-4 eyesore this weekend, Saturday, May 30th at 11 a.m. at Hourglass Brewing. We're going to celebrate the fact that it's still not done being built, and it started getting built in 2001, 25 years ago. Insane. So there's a party to celebrate and kind of laugh at it a little bit. They're going to be having trivia celebrating it. So study up if you guys have not seen or heard about this building. There's a lot of history that goes into the building, but they're also going to be having a special beer release to celebrate the building. Of course, limited edition merch. So if you love the I-4 eyesore, this is going to be the place to get really fun t-shirts and merch. This is going to be a really, really just fun, great atmosphere. And of course, there's going to be photo-worthy moments, great beer, and games to play while you're here.
Well, the good beer definitely makes it more fun.
Oh, yeah. And just laughing at the fact that the building's not done, it's iconic.
It is certainly iconic. There is no doubt about that. All right, Ashley, now it is also the 10th anniversary bash at Milk Mart.
I first have to say that I love Orlando culture. I love these little niche things that we have that just makes Orlando just this really great blossoming community. The I-4 eyesore definitely is one of them, but so is the Milk District, and with that, Milk Mart. Milk Mart is this huge market that celebrates, the Milk District. It celebrates all those local businesses there. And this is the 10th anniversary, the 10th year of doing the Milk Mart Bash. So this is happening on Sunday from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And it's going to be held throughout the Milk District. So it's going to be tents and pop-ups and local businesses everywhere here being featured, with over 300 local artists, makers, and small businesses here featured to celebrate the city beautiful and all it has to offer. So with that, there's going to be a huge variety of food trucks, craft drinks, cocktails, and beers. This event is free to attend. Parking might be a little crazy in the Milk District because there's going to be so much happening. So definitely get there a little bit early. Go to those neighborhood street parkings. There's also live music, entertainment, and it's pet friendly. So bring those four-legged friends to this really free, awesome event.
And now in our local spotlight, we've got a lot of great things that are coming up. So walk us through these, guys.
So Blue Man Group is officially back at Icon Park. This was such a fun show to go to. If you've yet to see Blue Man Group, they've been around for a while in Orlando, starting at Universal, but now they're at a new location at Icon Park with a 500-seat theater. Definitely add this to your list. It is family friendly, it's hilarious, and it's a really great time.
Now, Ashley, Bite 30. What do we need to know about that?
One of my favorite events that we do every single year in Orlando is Bite 30, and that is happening on June 1st. So get your notes ready because we're going to go through what it is and how you can participate. It's starting June 1st through July 13th, so you have over a month to participate. And there are prefixed dinner menus happening at over 30 of the top local restaurants right here in Orlando. And that fixed menu is going to get you a 3-course meal for only $38 a person. So that is a steal, especially if you're looking to branch out of your comfort zone, maybe get you an excuse to try some of these restaurants on your Orlando list that you just haven't had before. Then this is a great opportunity to try it. How you can participate and do this yourself, just go to the Bite 30 website online, check out those listed restaurant menus. They'll all be listed right there on the website for you. Choose where you want to go and just show up. It's that easy. They'll have the prefix menu for you when you sit down and get there, so you'll know exactly what you can order and how to order it. And they also have a fun prize aspect to it this year, where if you share a high-quality photo of your meal or your cocktail, upload it to Instagram and hashtag Bite30, you'll get a chance to win a local gift card, which is really exciting. If you're looking at the options and you're a little overwhelmed because, again, over 30 local restaurants, trust me, I get it. There's a couple that we recommend to check out that are some of our favorites, including Cafe Tutu Tango, Maxine's on Shine, Stubborn Mule, Wave Sushi Bistro, The Eye, Bites and Bubbles, and truly any restaurant on that list, you cannot go wrong.
So many great options on that list. Gonna have to check that out, that's for sure. Now, if you're looking for a way to relax, Sarah, there's also a new spa in Orlando.
Yes, Woodhouse Spa just opened. This is a luxury spa with a luxury experience that is included. I went last week. It was so relaxing. I think it was literally the best spa I've ever been to. I got a massage and I walked out so sleepy. I was so relaxed. My best friend got a facial and she loved it. The esthetician was so knowledgeable and the staff was so friendly. The experience was just above and beyond. If you're looking to treat yourself, they have couples massages, of course, facials, a couple of different things, and they have a full service locker room, which makes it extra special. There's a room that you can sit down and chill with a fireplace and you get snacks and drinks, but the locker room is 10 out of 10. You can shower, you can get ready there, store your stuff away. If you're looking to treat yourself, maybe your dad for Father's Day, add Woodhouse Spa to the list. This is a top tier spa.
And finally, Ashley, a new book cafe opening as well in Lake County.
This is right up my personal alley. Bookish Cafe just opened over in Claremont. It's an independent bookstore, plus it's a really great community space. I know people have been really searching for these so-called third spaces where they can just go and be and make some friends. This is going to be your spot to do that. So the Bookish Cafe does really specialize in fantasy, thrillers, and dark romance. So if those books are up your alley, Bookish Cafe is going to be one of your favorite places to go, but it also has a variety of genres and authors for you to check out. This cafe is also located at Foxtail and Kelly's Ice Cream. It's in the back of that little complex area, so you'll be able to get you a coffee and maybe get the kiddos some ice cream while you're browsing for these books. And I talk about this being a really, really great third space because they have a ton of community events that you can get involved with, including bookish nights like Paint and Sips. They have themed book clubs that happen pretty regularly, as well as doing midnight release parties for some of those really anticipated upcoming reads. Personally, I'm looking forward to their A Court of Thorns and Roses 7 release coming up in November, shameless plug, and the author meet and greet. So they have a ton of authors coming in with their own books, so you'll get to sign and meet and have those really really, really unique one-on-one experiences.
So many good options, so many things to check out, so many things to do. Where can people learn more?
We gave you guys so many things to do. Might be a little much, but that's okay. If you want to know more details or just discover even more things to do, this wasn't enough for you, we understand. You guys can download the free YouNation app. And if you want to connect with us more one-on-one, you can follow us at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Ashley Edwards, Director of Creative Strategy, and Sarah Barkley, Social Coordinator, our friends at YouNation. Always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us for our Community Crossroads.
Always. Thanks, Garrett.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look in Brandon right now. This is Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican candidate for governor, who is speaking, just walked up to the podium a few minutes ago and is delivering a little bit of a policy proposal talking about education. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The special interests and the unions will roll out the same tired script, claiming that this defunds education. Well, let me cut through the noise right now. This is a framework built inside our schools. No teacher loses a job. No school loses base funding. What changes is that students get a real plan and dollars work for them, not for the bureaucracy. We are building this on an incredibly strong foundation that already exists. Our university system is #1 in the country for a reason, and we are proud of that. But we're not abandoning it. We are expanding opportunity alongside it. We are simply refusing to treat a 4-year degree as the only track that matters. Whether a child wants to build rockets on the Space Coast, run a business right here in Brandon, or in any other community in Florida, or become a nurse in our premier healthcare systems, Florida is going to meet them where they are and get them to where they want to go. As I travel the state and I've been talking about these plans, I got to tell you, firsthand, people have been very excited. Whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, people are saying, yes, we want to make sure that our children have a plan that works for them, that is personalized to their success and to their achievement. Because every parent, just wants their kid to have a clear direction and a pathway to a vibrant and fulfilling future. This is about making sure Florida keeps its promise to every single student, giving them a clear path from middle school to a paycheck and protecting their unique, God-given talents. When we implement this into our curriculum and into our educational framework, my personal belief is that this is going to help transform Florida's K-12 education system, not to just top 10 in America, but to one of the very best in the world. That's the commitment we should have to the future of our state. So I do want to thank everybody for being here, and if anybody has any questions, love to answer them. Yes, ma'am. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I like sunglasses too. You're good.
Regarding the implementation of this, I love that you guys are doing this, and I do think it is a way to kind of counter what's happening in AI and prep for the future of how that's going to be changing many businesses and industries.
Yes.
So my question to you is, we always hear these wonderful, maps and aspirations. In terms of implementation, what are some thoughts or things that you guys have going around right now, how you're going to implement this? Because Florida is a large state.
Very true. First of all, in the first couple of months as governor, we're going to issue executive orders with the State Department of Education about beginning the process of retooling the school's grading system, looking at the workflow between grades 6 through 12. There'll probably be some legislation. I'll have to go to the legislature for that. In terms of finding the technological foundation for teachers and school districts and other schools, because we're a school choice state now, so it's not just the districts anymore. We want to make sure that the state is working with the various academic institutions in Florida about the foundational technological framework so that you can have consistency in plans, and not just specifically for the child, but how that works throughout the entire system. You don't want to just have a bunch of different ways of doing it, because that will frustrate teachers, and we want to make sure that teachers are not frustrated in this process. The third thing is we also want to make sure that the technical support is there for schools to be able to work directly with parents, but also inform parents directly. I think what's lost in today's society, or what's lost in government, it's not lost in society. What's lost in government is that we do have an ability to communicate directly with people. And so it's about informing parents about what is possible. The reason why we're talking about middle school is because the innate talent of any human being, their personal strengths, a lot of that's found by the 7th or 8th grade. So if you can understand the personal foundational strengths of a young person at that time, then it helps them to be able to get on the trajectory. In high school in particular, yes, there's going to have to be some adjustments. There is no reason why today we can't make sure a kid is mastering foundational knowledge in our high schools while also being prepared for whatever apprenticeships or credentialing that they need. So that, in short, is some of the implementation process. Now, I understand this is a major step forward because, look, in the state, we already have individual education plans, IEPs, typically for students with special needs and students who have fallen behind. But what about the students that are just on track? I just left a steel manufacturing plant, GMF, and they have a lot of welders, obviously, because it's steel manufacturing. I talked to one of the young ladies that works there. She can't be any older than 19. She just started on the job. And she told me, she was like, at first I wanted to be a carpenter, then I didn't think that was going to work out. Then I thought about plumbing, and that didn't work out. Then I found welding, and it just spoke to her. Everybody is born with specific talents and strengths that are unique to you. The question for the school system, and for not even school systems, education writ large, is how do we find that innate talent in young people and give them a personal pathway towards success in their life. If we can actually accomplish just half of that, think about the ripple effects in our society, how it leads towards people being fulfilled, putting real food on the table, putting a roof over their head, finding a significant other, getting married, having kids, and perpetuating Western civilization as we know it. It always starts with foundational purpose and in a pathway towards success out of that purpose. Yes, sir.
Any guidelines in the framework for these high school athletic things NIL money and transferring schools and holding their kids back from an education standpoint? Because sports are pretty important in high school.
Look, I got 3 athletes, 3 of them. The oldest played college football. The middle one plays college basketball. The youngest, we'll see. We'll see where he ends up. Again, I think this is something where parents have to lead. Being a parent of athletes, if that's a decision my wife and I make, if I choose to hold my son back for athletic purposes, then I'm making a determination as a parent, like, you know what, they have some good size, looks like they got some good speed. You can manage that with the academic side, the academic rigor. So I think when you're talking about athletics, I think that's something that's really left for parents to decide, working with the school systems that exist in their area and how they want to go about with that. We don't want to be prescriptive on athletics, because that entire side of the economic quasi-academic framework continues to solidify itself. I'm a free marketer. If a parent decides they want to transfer their kid 4 times in 4 years, who am I to say? They don't belong to the state. They belong to that parent. If the parent believes that's in the best interest of their child's development, God bless them. Go do that. We just want to make sure that that there's a plan for that child, whether it's athletics or not, that there's still a way to measure their success to help them on that pathway. Because the truth is, about 0.5% of high school athletes are going to turn pro. That's roughly the math. NIL's changed the game in college a little bit, obviously. Some kids are actually being able to, make a lot of money a lot sooner than they ever thought because of their athletic prowess. I don't want to limit that, because the truth is, life takes on all ways, shapes, and sizes. Somebody's personal journey in life is ordained by God for them. And I think government has to be very careful not to be prescriptive around how that works. We just want to make sure that we're keeping track, or frankly, their parents are keeping track, and that they have a tool that helps them continue that pathway towards success if athletics don't work out. If athletics do work out, shoot, we'll probably all want to hang out with them, and yes, sir.
So my name is Jose Suarez. I'm with Hope Branch Learning Academy in Pasco County. And one of the most refreshing things I've heard today is developing this life plan. We work with students with disabilities, autism mainly, like they do here. And it wasn't until we started developing, we call it My Plan. And so developing with the parent, developing that plan, and it's nowhere as fancy, I'm sure, as yours, but just getting the parent involved is transforming. Autistic students have an 85% unemployment rate.
Right.
In the last 3 years, we've turned that to 73% employment. So it works. What you're saying totally works. Totally works. And one of the biggest difficulties we had in even accomplishing this is saying goodbye to federal funding and things like that get in the way, the bureaucracy that get it. So we had to do it privately, and so anything I could do to help, count me in, because
all right,
it works.
You get to be on the team. You get to come and work with us. No, 2 quick things. I do want to say 2 things. Number one, I commend you for the ingenuity that you did, and then of course the toughest piece is sometimes the federal government. They're just a stick in the mud, man. They know how to mess up progress. And so what you're talking about having to just go it alone, because that's what's in the best interest of your child, of the children that you serve, I think that's critical. Number 2, parental involvement is the number one thing for a child's success is parental involvement. I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for my mom. She's a stickler, tough one. I love you, Mom. But she's tough. But I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for her. And so I really thank you for what you're doing. What we want to do is make sure that we're continuing to empower parents. And specific to the IEPs that currently exist, I know some people might be like, oh, so you're going to undo IEPs? No, IEPs remain. We're going to make sure they're there. I do want to look at the process to make sure it is more nimble and it is more flexible for the parents so that they can actually be implemented properly. Because we don't want to continue to have a bureaucratic process where our children who do have special needs are having to wait too long to get some of the interventions and the services that they need. Oh, round 2, you're back.
I'm back with another question. Right. David Asakowal, everyone.
So my question is in regards, because we're talking about education and children,
Yes.
Particularly in the foster care system and the foster youth and the children who, or the young individuals who may be coming off of being human trafficked and all of that.
Yes.
In terms of what are your thoughts regarding funding and really supporting those as well? Because they don't have a caregiver or they may not have one. And, you know, the state at that point is the one that's going to be overseeing that process. I would love to just hear your vision, your thoughts on that a little bit more.
Well, broadly speaking, the foster system is in need of some updating and modernizing about how we help children, especially the ones that you're talking about that have been trafficked, that we do get them out of that disastrous situation. But to be blunt, I don't have a concrete answer for you now, but we want to make sure that those children aren't left in the shadows. And so, yes, there are resources that have to be brought to bear, but I think it takes an examining of the entire foster care system and what it means, especially when you have children who have been victimized to such a degree. There is still promise in those children. The question is, how are you going to reach them? And how are you going to put the resources around them so that they have a pathway or a chance to be successful in their life? So this is something that we're going to look at and we're going to study. I wish I had more details for you, but I don't want to make sure that we're not leaving those kids, frankly, in the shadows, because there's a real opportunity for them to be able to get some sound footing and then really move forward in life. Yes, sir. All the way in the back.
Coach Tyler.
Coach? What do you coach, Coach?
I coach a swim team. Hey, Coach. Sorry. Coach Tyler, how's it going?
How you doing?
So my question is, what issue do you think Florida politicians from both parties have ignored for too long?
You want me to pick one? Mental health. We have a crisis of mental health in the state of Florida. If you talk to our sheriffs, 50% of our jail population is mental health issues. We are going to have to look at potentially finding ways to reopen state facilities to help people who have acute mental health issues to get the help that they need. The second side of that is information, and stay with me as I explain this. The state of Florida, just like any other government, we collect gobs and gobs and gobs of information on just about anything. But what we don't do well in any government is figure out how to leverage that information. But the core of what they were talking about is correct. The core of what they were talking about is correct. How do you have government engage the faith community in order to make sure that you're trying to provide intervention and services and help to people in need before things really get disastrous? And I think there's probably ways where that foundational idea can really be stabilized in our state to help people where they are when they're at those key points. And I think that goes a long way to helping to solve those problems. And then I also believe it has longer term budgetary impacts, because if you can provide those initial interventions early, well, I mean, we're all people, we work hard with young kids, go down that track. Maybe you don't need that DCF person to be at that home because you saw it earlier. You saw some of the warning signs earlier, and the faith community, the nonprofit community, and just people in that community came in to help that family in a time of need. And I think that's the thing that's kind of been left undone, no matter you're a Republican or a Democrat. Well, listen, guys, I want to thank you guys so much for being here. Really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Give me one more high five. There we go. Oh. There we go. God bless you guys. God bless the great state of Florida. Thank you for being here. See ya.
Before we get to today's announcement, it's really exciting that on Monday the Florida legislature is going to come in and vote to put on the ballot a measure where Floridians will be able to get really historic relief from property taxes for their homestead property. So we're doing it, raise it to $250, keep going, and it'll take a little bit of time, but just the $250, that's 60% of Florida homeowners will pay zero. And then $250, whatever you deduct, if you're higher than that, you're talking about 92% will either have it eliminated or basically cut in half. Once you raise it to $500, that's 92% of Florida homeowners totally out. And some people are like, oh, well, if you do that, then they're just going to jack it up. They can't jack up homestead that way because it's limited in valuations. And so if you're in that range, you are getting some real serious relief. And I hear all this stuff from these politicians all around the country because, look, this country has experienced the worst inflation it's had in 40 years. That's just a fact, and I think the reason is the federal government and kind of the response to COVID, the spending, the Biden stuff, all this stuff, and then institutionalizing $2 trillion deficits, all these different things. So I think people realize if you say, hey, this is what's going to happen, that's a result. And it's been a really big problem because you're earning income and your income's not going up as much as the things cost. So what are you going to do? Now, we've done things like 50% reduction in tolls. We did that for many years. We did elimination of tax on things like baby items, back to school, all these different things. We made those permanent. We've eliminated tax on small business. We've done all these different things, not allowed increases in tuition. Same price as 2019 when I got in is right now for college tuition for in-state students. And so we've done a lot. But I'll tell you, there's nothing we can do that would be more significant than this property tax. I mean, because people are having to fork over a lot of money, and we've had $32 billion taxes. People taxed $32 billion for property tax in 2019. Now it's $60 billion. So that's almost a 100% increase in 7 years. That is not sustainable. So why not say, we're going to do right by our people, and then, the governments can change and figure out how to get it done from there, rather than always saying government comes first. Why does government come first all the time? And look, we've had population growth, we've had inflation. So even assuming that $32 billion in 2019 was perfectly spent, 100% of it was absolutely necessary, which we know is not true. But I remember being sworn in as governor in 2019. We had services on all this stuff. It's not like we didn't have it. So it's there. But even assuming that, which is not true, but assuming that, adjust for population growth, adjust for inflation, you don't get anywhere close to $60 billion. You will go up because of the circumstances. But just look at the Florida state budget, what we've done. When I got in, we were there. COVID, it did go up. I had to put more money in for inflation, for projects and stuff. So it did. But look what's happened. I'm going to sign a budget here in the next month after I do vetoes that will spend less in next fiscal year than we're currently spending this fiscal year. This fiscal year's budget spends less than we did the previous fiscal year, and that previous fiscal year spends less than the year before that. So it can be done. And, I know, people say, oh, you can't do it. So, like Miami-Dade, for example, I think the budget was like $12.88 billion or something like that. It's like 6.9% of that is homestead property revenue. So even if you eliminated it all and not just raised it to, if you eliminated it all, that puts you back to what their budget was like a year or two ago. Okay, now seriously, maybe you want, but don't tell me that you're not going to be able to do different things. So, and especially in a place like Miami, you have some of the wealthiest people in the history of humanity buying homes here. They're paying tax. Why not give your middle-class residents a break on their property tax? We can do it. So that's what we're going to do going forward, and I'm excited about it. I know a lot of people have been, asking oh, when are we going to do it? Well, I've always said we can't do it before November because you got to put it on the ballot. That's just the reality. We're not getting any property tax revenue at the state. In fact, we're going to create a fund and give some of our money at the state to locals. We'll give money to schools. We'll give money to rural. We'll give money to police. Whatever we need to do. I just want to do it right by people who need relief. I want people to own their home. It doesn't require a mortgage or not mortgage. I mean, you'll still get the break if you have mortgage. But just like some people pay off their home entirely, and it's like, at what point do you stop paying, right? And so this gives them the chance to actually stop paying. And guess what they're going to do with that money? They're going to use it in the economy. And it's going to end up causing the economy to do even better. So if you are interested in this, contact your state senator, state representative. Let them know you support this measure being put on the ballot. I think everyone's been excited and Republican. I think it's going to go on. I think everyone has been talking about this for a long time. So I think it's going to get done. But just make sure you do that. Make sure your voice is heard. And then when it'll come time for November, it'll just be a question of, you're going to have people saying that oh my gosh, if we do this, we're not going to be able to have any services we're going to have. That's what they're going to say. And the question is do you believe that? Is that credible? Is it credible to say that when they've gone from 32 billion to 60 billion in 7 years? Could you do it with a little less? And that's even not counting the fact that we're putting money in the kitty from the state, which, you know, some of my Republican friends don't like. You know, my view is just like, I just want to make sure people get the relief. And so if me kicking into the kitty is going to help get that done, I'm going to do it. Lord knows we've had a lot of surplus in Florida over these years. You know, I got to the point where it's like, you know, we had all this money, we cut tab, but I mean, like, the taxes, you know, a lot of the foreigners and the out-of-staters pay a lot of our sales tax. So we don't have income tax, we don't have property tax at the state level. So using that to help with relieving the local burden, to me, is amazing. And so we're going to do that. So that's going to come up on Monday. And I know a lot of people are going to be excited about that. And honestly, it's going to give some people a reason to come out and vote in November who might not otherwise come out to vote. So today, so we're leading on property tax as we do on so many things. And no one can forget how we've led on immigration and rule of law over many, many years, but particularly in the last year, a little bit more than a year, with the advent of the Trump administration, we knew we had an opportunity to actually see immigration laws enforced, reverse the Biden illegal border invasion that he allowed over 4 straight years, and relieve burdens on our citizens, because when Biden lets these people in, hospitals get inundated, schools, criminal justice system. It imposes huge costs on society and huge costs on the justice system, so on taxpayers. So we said, we're in on this. I know it's not going to get done unless you have state and local cooperating with DHS. And I mean, just think about it. You know, you have somebody illegally in the country, they're driving drunk on the highway. In Florida, our highway patrol, when they pull them over, see that they're inebriated, then see that they're here illegally, they will turn them over to DHS, and then they can be processed. If you're a sanctuary state, you're telling your highway patrol, hide the fact that they're illegal, release them back into the community. Really? Why would you do that? And so I said from the very beginning of the time I was governor, not only are we not a sanctuary state, we passed legislation to ban sanctuary cities, which is important to do. But then we did the immigration legislation at the beginning of 2025, which did a lot of things, but the main thing that I think sets us apart, it required cooperation from all state and local law enforcement agencies throughout Florida with DHS in this really historic effort. I just ordered the state to do it, so, you know, you didn't necessarily need, but I mean, who knows in the future, right? We want to make sure that's in law. Local, you know, I've got some of these sheriffs, man, they're gung-ho, they'll go out do. I've got others, they don't want anything to do with it. I mean, like, it's just the way it is. Some of them beat their chest and then privately don't want to do it, which is fine, but you know what? Like, we had to put our foot down, so we said, everyone's on board, we got to get it done. And if you're not on board, you know, then you can obviously lose your job, lose your position based off this. So I think the success has been really, really significant. And if you look at how we've worked with the Trump administration, it's not been a single state that has come anywhere close to doing what we're doing. And in fact, I mean, every time I run into Tom Homan, he's like, Florida, you're so much higher than everybody else. You got all these 287G agreements. You're doing this, you're doing that. Why isn't they doing it? Why aren't they? It's like, I always tell him, you got to be more like Florida. I think he was even speaking in front of like in D.C., you had like the Texas Society that came up, and he said, well, incidentally, why aren't you guys doing it for? So he's very proud of what we've done and very thankful of what we've done. But we have more 287G deputizations than any other state by far, and it's not even close. And part of it is county, state, city, you name it. We've got a lot of them there. We've been able to partner on major operations, including Operation Tidal Wave, which we highlighted last year. That was the largest immigration enforcement operation in the history of the federal government. And that was done here in southern Florida, and there were some really bad apples in that sweep. I can tell you that for sure. And so total, what we've been able to do, and so this is probably, we did the legislation in February of last year, takes a little time. You know, DHS was coming in really flying blind because the agency had been decimated, so they needed time. And so really it's been a little more than a year. And because of the state and local involvement, we've been able to supplement what DHS is doing by more than 25,000 illegal alien arrests and processing for deportation. So those were people that if we had not done all that we would do, would be back on the streets. And you have Venezuelan gang members. You've got people that are pushing drugs. You've got repeat offenders. You've got all kinds of stuff represented in that number. And here's what I can tell you. The state of Florida is safer as a result of these efforts. There is no question in my mind. And so I'm here to announce that we've had amazing results in recent operations. First, Operation Sandhill Sentinel 9.0. It was a joint operation involving FHP, Broward Sheriff, DHS, Homeland Security Investigations, Florida National Guard, and the Florida State Guard. It has resulted in 250 arrests. It's targeted repeat immigration violators and individuals with criminal history. Arrests include offenders tied to domestic violence, drug trafficking, driving under the influence, assault, and other violent offenses. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in that. That was a very successful operation, and again, people in southern Florida are safer as a result of that. We also can announce Operation Locate. This is an FDLE initiative that is focusing on locating unaccompanied migrant children who entered the country during the Biden border surge. And so you literally had cartels surging children unaccompanied across the border. More than 400 children, because of this, have now been identified and or physically located. This will help us uncover trafficking networks. It'll help with missing children cases, and it helps with other high-risk situations. So we can forget about some of this stuff that happened then and act like that there's no more reverberations just because they're not being flooded in now. But that was a really, really dangerous thing that was being allowed to have happen. And it's like people are acting like, some people try to say having open border is compassion. How is it compassion to empower drug cartels to exploit minors? That is not compassion. That's a dereliction of duty. And fortunately, we're doing something about it. We've also done Operation Criminal Return, 10-day operation between FDLE and DHS targeting illegal aliens who are sex offenders, career criminals, and other serious offenders. That led to 230 arrests. And again, you had people that have been convicted of very, very serious crimes, not just suspected of that. And I've said all along, I mean, if you're a legal alien and a convicted criminal alien, what possible basis could there be for anyone to object to that? But I've also said waiting for someone to be convicted is not smart, because I want to identify and remove before some of our citizens get victimized by folks. And that's what we've done across all these different operations. But this particular one got a lot of bad people, and we're able to do that. So I think it's been a big success. We've talked about, people have talked about, oh, you guys are creating housing them here, this or that. And then they were trying to say, oh, you created the Everglades facility. It's like we do it, and then like a few months later, like, when are you getting reimbursed? When are you getting reimbursed? The FEMA stuff, because we had to do it through FEMA because they had not passed the reconciliation bill yet, so they didn't have the money. And so we do it, and then you get reimbursed. And, for hurricanes, sometimes it takes us years to get that. And there's, oh, you're not going to get it. And the president himself came to that. So they obviously are supportive of it. And, we're now already seeing reimbursements flowing down. And so that's going to happen. So we fronted it. The money that we put up was, even if we didn't get reimbursed, clearly was allowed us to save lives, because those people would have been released into our society, because DHS did not have any space to house them. We're going to get that reimbursed. We've gotten some, we'll get more. And so that whole talking point will just vanish. Now, you're not going to hear, oh, they just got reimbursed. No, they just forget about that. They act like, oh, we're not. But that was always the case. We knew, but we also knew the timetable is what it is when you're dealing with FEMA. Now people ask, what about going forward? That facility, this facility. I said at the beginning, this was not going to be temporary. People asked me, well, you just going to make that a prison? I said, no. This is a temporary. There's exigent circumstances here, given what we went through under Biden, given the I think, well-intentioned desire to do something quickly to alleviate that. And this had to be very convenient because it's in southern Florida. It's not near anybody. And it's an airport, and so you literally can just move them from there to the airport, and they go. And that's been over 20,000 have gone through there. And so again, those would be people that would absolutely be released into our society. But we knew they were going to get some money, and so if they can handle this on their own at DHS, well, of course. I mean, why would I want to be doing? I'm doing it out of necessity. I'm not doing it because I just think we should just do it for a press release. We had nowhere else to put these folks. DHS did not have any place to put them. Now they've had place to put them, and that's been very, very positive. But the minute that they have the capacity elsewhere, great. We will adjust our operations accordingly. But they have had some time now to identify. And look, I know we have a new secretary who I think is doing a good job. But so there's some changes into kind of maybe the trajectory of they were buying these warehouses. I don't know if they're going to go through with the warehouses to create some of these detention. I don't know necessarily I think they're working through how they're going to do it. But I do know that they're committed to making sure there's enough space. I know that they're committed to making sure that the mission continues. So we'll continue to lead the way at the state level. And if every state has done what Florida has done, the problem would be that much closer to finally being solved. So thanks for everybody that's been involved in this. It's been great. It's great to highlight this. This is just these operations, no question, save lives. No question in my mind, they save lives. Okay, we'll hear from Anthony, and then Dave, then Mark, and then Matt.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. My name is Anthony Coker. I'm the Executive Director of Immigration Enforcement for Florida. I get the question all the time is, how is your job? And I laugh and say, I do immigration enforcement for Governor DeSantis under a Trump administration. Like, I have the best job in the world, and I'm honored to have this job. As Governor DeSantis has said, Florida continues to lead the nation in 287G arrests. But what does that actually mean? It means that Florida is safer today than it was yesterday. Every single criminal alien removed from our community is a step towards regaining our nation and state sovereignty that was taken away during the Biden border crisis. Another aspect of 287G partnerships in Florida is the officer safety aspect to this. Because of the leadership of Governor DeSantis, there is no safer place in the entire country to be an ICE or a Border Patrol agent. When I worked for ICE, we would have 4 to 5 ICE officers, ICE agents, attempting to locate a violent criminal alien. Fast forward to today, and this is what that same scenario looks like. The same 4 or 5 ICE officers or Border Patrol agents. Now they're embedded with FHP troopers. They're embedded with FDLE special agents, our Florida Ag law enforcement officers, our sheriff's deputies, and our police officers. This is the picture-perfect scenario for our federal partners because no matter where they go in the state to enforce federal immigration law, they will have all the resources the state has to offer to help them be successful on their mission. This is the purpose of the 287G program, to give the power and authority for our great state Florida law enforcement officers to be the necessary force multipliers for our federal partners. Through the State Board of Immigration Grant Fund, we have been able to fund our local law enforcement agencies for critically needed equipment. Some of this equipment, like radios, We'll now have the capability for local law enforcement to have secure communications with federal agents, which is another milestone that Florida has been spearheading nationally. This is something that has never happened before, and there's no doubt in my mind that this specifically, getting interoperability with agencies and radios, will save lives. In January of 2025, there was about 5,000 DIOs, designated immigration officers. These are officers from all different agencies that went through immigration training. Today, we are close to 8,000 designated immigration officers. What does this mean? This means that the local law enforcement leadership, our police chiefs, our sheriffs, have seen the impact of the 287G program and how it's keeping their communities safer. So month over month, our ICE partners are getting inundated from local law enforcement submitting more names to go through the immigration training program. Florida continues to lead the nation in protecting public safety and enforcing the rule of law. Our state has taken decisive action to ensure that dangerous criminal illegal aliens are identified, arrested, and removed from our communities. Governor DeSantis has made it clear that Florida will not be a sanctuary for criminal activity. Because of these policies, our communities are safer, our law enforcement officers are better supported, and our federal ICE and Border Patrol partners are better protected, and our citizens will have greater confidence in the security of their neighborhoods. Florida is showing that strong leadership, cooperation between agencies, and a commitment to enforcing the law really does make a difference in the local communities. We will continue to stand up for the safety and well-being of the people of the great state of Florida. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Director Coker. It's an honor to be here with the Governor, my boss. My name is Dave Kerner. I serve as the Executive Director of Highway Safety, and I'm responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Florida Highway Patrol, among other duties. It's an honor to be here with you, the members of Broward County and South Florida's communities, and that's who we serve. And it's a true and unique honor for me to be here with these men and women behind me and with part of the State Patrol, Florida Highway Patrol, and Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and be in a Florida Highway Patrol facility. I wanted to give you just a little glimpse of what an operation looks like. The governor has talked very eloquently about the results and the product of our efforts under 287G. If we back up just about 2 weeks ago, the operation occurred and was centered right here in this room. And I want to give you a picture of what you would have seen and the professionalism and the effectiveness and the transparency had you been here 2 weeks ago during the operation. Right here where the crowd is sitting was an area where the undocumented immigrants, after they're detained, would come. But as you walked in, you would see men and women from ICE on their computer terminals, starting the process of vetting them for criminal backgrounds and alienage. Once they moved from there, you would see on this side, to your left and my right, you would see the National Guard, who was assisting in cataloging property and moving their property to a secure place. You would have troopers in here with the detainees, making sure that they're safe and well taken care of. And then outside, you would have Department of Corrections, State Guard Aviation, Florida Highway Patrol Aviation, and you would have seen 30 Broward County Sheriff's Office deputies, 30 state troopers, and a litany of well-trained and very effective federal agents from the Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Leading up to this visual picture that I'm speaking to you about would have been days of intelligence and surveillance that we rely on our federal partners for. We know who we're looking for, we know where they live, we know their travel patterns. And we would come to this building and over a 3-day period execute on that mission.
The remains of a deceased person. And here's how it all started. School is out at noon on Thursday. And these kids, a 12-year-old, 11-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 6-year-old, are not on cell phones being lazy. They're out running and hiding and playing in the woods just to the east of me. And while they're playing, they notice a skull, a skeleton. The lower mandible's there, the skeleton's there, and there are 3 vertebrae there as well. So they set up one person to stay there and watch to make sure nothing happened to it. They had a game plan. The others ran back home in the adjoining neighborhood to tell mom and dad, hey, we believe there's a person here. There's a skull. There's a skeleton. And they said it's getting late. It's about 6 o'clock at night when this all starts. And y'all come inside, and they go, no, really. And quite frankly, the kids had to be very persuasive and not give up. And finally, Mom said, I'll go look. And sure enough, when Mom arrived in the edge of the cow pasture, she made the discovery as well. So deputies responded. Our crime scene and homicide team arrived last night. Today we have support by our ag team. It's hot, it's damp, and there's a lot of woods. We are searching for the rest of the body. And that search will go on until we find the rest. There was an autopsy this morning. There's no evidence of damage to the skull. We can tell by the state of the skull that the person hasn't been there a real long time. Obviously, they've been there long enough to decay. But here's what we know. From everything that we've researched, at this moment in time, it's not Tanya Whip from Auburndale, and I know the family's really interested in that. It does not appear to be her. It does not appear to be Ethan Fussell. And it does not appear to be Savannah Mahoney. That's the latest three from law enforcement agencies in the neighborhood. So for the families of those three people, I'm sorry that I can't give you better news. Now, it's not 100% conclusive, but we can tell by the tissue that's remaining on the skull that these folks have been deceased much longer, and the skull would have been in a different condition had it been any of the three of them. But the investigation's ongoing because we don't know where the rest of the skeleton is at this particular time. We're also working with our colleagues from detention, and they will be bringing out additional tools so that we can work through some wooded area that, quite frankly, at this time, we cannot see into very well. Is there any questions? Yeah, actually, it's 5 kids that were playing, and this is the old homestead of some pioneers. And Mr. Walker owns the property, the 20 acres here, that once belonged to his grandparents, and I don't know how far back it went in the family past that. But this is old pioneer family land from a long time ago. And Mr. Walker, obviously, as he always is, he's a super guy, and he's been cooperative with us and allow us to go search all of this property without having to find search warrants and that kind of thing. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of work for us to do because we need to find the rest of the body. Obviously, we're taking scientific samples from the remains that we have found. We're excited for the kids. They were doing what kids should be doing. They should be out playing. And they found not only the remains, but then they stayed there with them. They sent a detachment to stay there with them until we could arrive to make sure that whatever moved the remains there didn't move them any further. It's not uncommon for animals to move body parts on decomposing bodies. So we don't find it suspicious in and of itself that there's only a skull and a lower mandible and some vertebrae, but we need to find the rest of the body because that's obviously rest of the investigation scene. Any other questions? No, it looks to be one person right now. Obviously, we only have the remains of one person. We have no reason to think it will be more than that. We've obviously searched the pasture. That's really easy to see. There's also some open woods and dry ditch areas that we've scoured. We've also asked Brevard County, and they graciously sent their cadaver dog over to help us search, and there has been no result of that either. However, we're just really getting started this morning in the dark last night, and there was rain off and on. It's very difficult to do any kind of a reasonable search. So our folks have been here all morning, and we'll continue to search until we, one, find the remains, which is what we hope to do, or we're absolutely sure that they're not there. There are not any homeless camps in the immediate vicinity, and I say immediate, within a few hundred yards, but there are homeless camps within a half-mile radius, and certainly that's a possibility. However, it's important to note that as we did our initial autopsy this morning, our medical examiner determined that he had fillings, he had crowns, he had dental work. We normally don't see that. We normally see bits and pieces of teeth that are in terrible disarray. And this person at some time in the past has had pretty extensive dental work. I referred to him as he. We're leaning that way, but I hesitate to say he yet as an absolute. But it's important for the community to get on board. If you have an uncle or an aunt or the person that strays, and I haven't seen them in a while and I don't know what happened, and usually they show up every 6 months or so, or every 3 months, or every month, and they haven't, let us know, because obviously we're taking DNA samples and it would be easier to track back. So if you have a missing relative, it looks like, once again, this is preliminary, we have no science back, it looks like maybe mid to late 30s to 40s, but that's not an absolute, could absolutely be older than that. So we're just really giving you initial information, as I say, is always subject to modification. We tell you what we know early on, and you have to work with us if and when we modify the details. But that's why we need the community's help, because somebody may be missing Uncle Fred or Aunt Susie, and we need to know that, because we're here looking, and if you're missing someone from the area, certainly we want to grab a DNA sample from you if you're in the bloodline, so that we can, it will help in identifying later on. Okay? Yeah, there really isn't at this time. As I explained, that this person was in advanced state of decomposition, and there was tissue left behind, but that is about all. Yeah, it took them a little while to convince their parents, but we were here within, an hour or so. And of course, time at that particular moment didn't make any difference. The kids are heroes. I mean, I'm very proud of them. They could have been laid up in the air conditioner on their cell phone being useless. Instead, they were out playing, exercising, doing what kids need to be doing. And look, they have found more of this gentleman than we have, and we've got a whole team of people out here looking. So we appreciate what they did. Yeah, that's an interesting point that I can tell you, that the remains were in the open. Actually, they were in the edge of the cow pasture and not in the wooded area. They were very close to the wooded area, but they land clearly on top of the ground in the cow pasture.
Are there any other recent
We've looked, and our missing persons folks are obviously scouring our files, but not at this moment. But keep in mind that we're very early in the investigation, and we came to you early because we want assistance from those in the community. We may find someone in the file later on today as we research. It doesn't appear there. Obviously, we've already started that in that piece of the investigation. We are working on the ground. We're working with our technology. We've talked to our colleagues from the surrounding police departments, and we certainly wanted to give the families or relieve some angst that it doesn't appear to be. I mean, we never say never until all the science is over, but it does not appear to be Tanya Webb, Ethan Fussell, or Savannah Mahoney.
Can you tell by looking at the area or testing the area if there were additional remains there, or if, like you said, maybe an animal?
Sure. When we look at that particular area, the cow pasture, it's abundantly evident that those remains were probably drugged there by an animal, because there's no disturbance at all of the cow pasture around it. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. And I want the community to help us, because we certainly want to get this investigation well on its way. Once again, it may have just been a homeless person that passed away of natural causes, and nobody knew, nobody knows, and then, of course, an animal drug a piece of them out into the open, and the kids, being kids, doing what they should have been doing, helped us out. All right, God bless you. Have a good weekend.
Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd giving an update there, and as you heard, still a lot of questions about this and the things they're trying to figure out, why they're trying to get the word out about this. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Want to get you live right now to the floor of the Florida House, where we are hearing from State Rep Bruce Antone, Democrat from Orlando, speaking as budget discussions and debate continues in Tallahassee. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Other folks. We eventually got to diversity, and then we got to equity. And we got all these big companies in this state, especially down in South Florida, that are not necessarily black companies, white companies, they are companies of diversity. And so I'm just making up stuff to say right now, but I just think we need to we need to tamper down this stuff on this anti-DEI, man, because it makes people like me feel a certain kind of way. And so I come from a family where my mother's great-great-grandmother was a white indentured servant who married or jumped a broom with a black man. And so you can only imagine what my family looks like. I got some folks in my family that look like a whole lot of y'all in here who lived as white people. They lived as white folks in the 60s, 50s, and 60s, but they were married to white gentlemen, but they passed as white people. I know that sounds crazy, but folks, that's a reality for me. And I would just hope that we would just move away from that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for my time. Thank you all for listening.
State Representative Bruce Antone, Democrat from Orlando, wrapping up his time there. Talking as debate and discussion continues about some of these elements in the state budget. That's a live look in the state House. Here's a live look in the state Senate, which is standing in recess right now, waiting essentially on the action in the House. So we are continuing to monitor that in Tallahassee. We'll keep you updated on the situation there. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look from our Launch Credit Union camera along the Space Coast. Again, a SpaceX launch this morning after a devastating explosion last night of New Glenn on Launch Complex 36A. And so now the question is, what happens next? What does this mean? What is the fallout here from some of the other major missions, moon missions, and other things? So here to help us sort all of this out, we've got Dr. Don Platt, who's the director of the Spaceport Education Center, the Florida Institute of Technology. Dr. Platt, we always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Sure, my pleasure.
So first, just give us your reaction when you heard, saw what happened last night. What did you make of that?
Well, it's certainly astonishing. You don't anticipate something like that happening when they're just simply doing what they call a hot fire, or basically keeping the rocket strapped to the launch pad and just testing the engines. But unfortunately, things went wrong almost from the very beginning of this test last night, and this explosion was certainly devastating to the rocket, to the launch pad, to all of the infrastructure around that area that supports the Blue Origin New Glenn program. And so it was certainly something that was unanticipated, and one of the biggest explosions, really, with all the rockets that have ever been tested here on the Space Coast.
So how big of a deal is this, Dr. Platt?
Well, it certainly is a major setback for the Blue Origin program, New Glenn. But Blue Origin is also highly involved in the Artemis program in terms of providing a lunar lander for the new lunar base that was talked about by NASA this week. And they are also a major participant in the Artemis 3 test mission that's supposed to take place toward the end of 2027. And the New Glenn vehicle is needed to get their lunar lander version up into Earth orbit, where the Orion Artemis capsule could dock with it. Certainly now it looks like that may have a major delay.
Yeah, does this push everything back when it comes to those Artemis missions and the next moon landing?
Well, Jared Isaacman, the director of NASA, has said that he would really like to have both the Blue Origin lunar lander and the SpaceX lander that is based on a Starship in low Earth orbit for the Orion capsule to dock to for a demonstration mission for the next Artemis 3 mission. And basically, they want to do that in low Earth orbit because it's a lot easier to test out a new system that way than go all the way to the moon and wait until they're there for testing it for the first time. I suppose they could go ahead, assuming the Starship gets through the problems it's had lately too, and becomes an operational orbital vehicle here within the next year with an Artemis 3 mission with just the Starship. But definitely NASA would much prefer to have both of them and be able to compare them and really have two versions of the lander to enable a true lunar base in the near future.
There have been some operational issues, like you talked about, with on the SpaceX side and on the Blue Origin side, and these are two companies that are expected to take major roles in these upcoming missions and in the future as we see more of the privatization of all of this. Does this, you think, make the NASA administrator and others a little nervous, knowing the goals and the objectives here when we keep hearing about the new space race and trying to beat China and all of this? Is this cause for concern?
Sure, and that's why Isaacman apparently came to the Space Coast early this morning to see really what was going on here and what happened with the Blue Origin incident. Yeah, this is definitely a cause for concern. We were already tracking that the lunar lander programs were behind schedule. Some of our previous discussions, we've talked about that a bit, and now we're seeing that two of the biggest space companies in the world, Blue Origin and SpaceX, are having difficulties with getting these lunar lander systems operational and be able to have them even tested in Earth orbit, let alone getting them to the moon. So that makes it much more difficult to really envision a lunar landing by 2028.
So what's the path forward here, specifically for Blue Origin? Because I know they are working on some additional launch pads and locations, but that is something that takes time. This was their only launch pad, correct? And now it's essentially destroyed.
Right. Yeah, it is. And so a key priority almost from now, really, once they sort through the wreckage and the damage and really if there's anything there that can help them figure out what went wrong with the vehicle itself, they've really got to start rebuilding this pad. It really doesn't make sense to try to build another pad somewhere else because some of this infrastructure will probably be salvageable. And so they'll have to just start from where they can and rebuild this pad. To give us an idea, the Falcon 9 had a similar explosion on their pad about 10 years ago, and it took them a year to get that pad back up and running. And so I'm sure that Blue Origin is going to try to do everything possible to make this delay a lot less than a year, but that's going to be a major undertaking for them.
And if you're NASA and you're looking at these, we just had the announcement this week of some of these contracts that were going to Blue Origin. Do they revisit some of these things at this point? Potentially look at making some new determinations?
Well, unfortunately, there's not a lot of other people that can provide something as large and as complex as a lunar lander. They've gone through the process and have designs already in place. And what I think they're just going to have to do is look at ways to try to speed things up as much as possible. Obviously, you can't go too fast, or you do have even more potential of problems like this. But is there an opportunity to fly the Blue Origin lander on another vehicle, maybe even a SpaceX vehicle? That would be an interesting thing to see, but not totally unprecedented. The Cygnus program lost its launch vehicle when the Antares rocket blew up a few years ago. And of course, that was a Northrop Grumman system that resupplies the International Space Station. And so they went off to SpaceX, and NASA had SpaceX launch the Northrop Grumman resupply vehicles to the station. So NASA has done something like that before. So maybe there's something there. But of course, first, Blue Origin has to get an operational lunar lander up and ready to go before they can launch it on anything.
So Dr. Platt, just what's your take on kind of the landscape at this point after this, and how this really kind of seismically changes things?
Well, it's a very interesting time. We're sort of building high momentum with the Artemis 2 mission back in April, and it appeared that things were on track to really speed up the lunar program. Of course, the last Starship mission, the FAA told SpaceX that there was an issue that they would have to investigate, and they labeled it a mishap. So SpaceX is now dealing with that issue, which of course is a much more minor issue compared to then the explosion that we saw last night with Blue Origin. But these two programs are kind of struggling to get things up and going and operational here as we're moving all the way already into the halfway point of 2026.
And that's tough to see. That's tough to have to, kind of deal with. Like you said, it seems like the space industry is certainly having some momentum, all that excitement coming off the Artemis 2 mission and everything like that. So this does seem to be a setback.
Yeah, it is absolutely a setback. Now, of course, the space industry has recovered from major setbacks before and moved forward. And the engineers involved and the technicians and everybody does a great job to get things going again. And they really pitch in, put in extra effort, extra time, whatever is needed. And time and again, we've seen that. And I'm sure that'll happen again here now with Blue Origin. I'm sure that NASA will reiterate their confidence in Blue Origin. They'll offer whatever help they can. And, they have the vested interest in seeing Blue Origin be a success. To enable their Artemis program to be a success and to also enable another viable American company to compete in the space race.
Well, Dr. Don Platt, Florida Institute of Technology, Spaceport Education Center, we always appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus and helping us make sense of all this.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Thanks, Dr. Platt.
Recording stop.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. Senator Ashley Moody was in Bartow earlier today in Polk County. She was holding a news conference talking about the $1.5 billion in FEMA disaster reimbursements for Florida communities, coming on the heels of some previous hurricanes and flooding issues as well. She also talked about some new tools for Floridians to track federal disaster funding. We know hurricane season is just about to start. It starts Monday, runs through the end of November. And so I want to play for you this news conference, Senator Ashley Moody in Bartow earlier today.
I love coming back to Florida from D.C. and visiting towns close to where I grew up in Plant City, Florida, not far from here. We were exchanging stories of how we used to trounce some of the teams here in Polk County as a Plant City Raider. but it is great to be here with some good news for Bartow specifically, but really the state of Florida as a whole. Thank you to City Manager Mike Herr, Fire Chief Jay Robinson, Police Chief Stephen Walker. It takes a lot of planning and leadership to not only prepare for hurricane season, but also we know a lot goes into dealing with the aftermath and the recovery process. And everybody up here knows that all too well. Floridians know how vital emergency recovery assistance can be after a natural disaster like a hurricane. And I discovered pretty quickly after getting to Washington, and many of you know I was appointed by Governor DeSantis to fill the shoes of Marco Rubio. I have gotten to work trying to figure out how we can return Washington to really being efficient and accountable for the people. And one thing that I realized right away in my meetings with folks from across Florida is that the process of recovering from a storm was often delayed or burdened by bureaucratic red tape and getting money released, approved and obligated out of Washington, out of FEMA, to our communities. And after hearing so many stories and meeting with so many people, I set out to determine, one, is this happening? And yes, it was. Lots of delays. That means the cities are outlaying their own funds that could be going to other things to try and recover, and essential things like electricity, infrastructure, critical needs of schools. And then that funding, if it's not reimbursed quick enough, stays, can't go to other projects. And that's really hard. If you're a larger county or city, you might be able to weather that delay and bureaucracy and red tape. But if you're a smaller city, it's often hard to do. And other really essential projects get put on the back burner while you're waiting for those funds. So I discovered pretty quickly it would take a lot of pressure and attention and persistence to get some of these funds released, and that's what we needed to do. And I was so proud since becoming a senator of working with the secretaries of DHS. The new secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, is a friend of mine. We worked together in the Senate, and we worked very hard, and I appreciate him being so responsive to get these monies released. So I am so proud to say from that work, from that graceful persistence, we secured approval and obligation from DHS to reimburse more than $1.5 billion in FEMA public assistance funding to Florida. This funding covers more than 500 projects. The projects include repairs to educational facilities, restoration of critical infrastructure, debris removal, and costs incurred during emergencies to protect life and property. Right here in Bartow, more than $5.3 million was secured for power and electrical system repairs. I was so proud to have worked to secure these long-awaited funds for Florida, and specifically for Bartow. And if I might, just for one moment, we have Bryce Culverhouse and Carson Johnson with us from the City of Bartow Electrical Company. If they could step forward with me. You might have seen these guys. They're famous now. They've gone viral for taking time out of their busy day to stop and help a mom who was traveling on our roadways who had a flat tire and couldn't get home. I heard about this, and I thought it showed and exemplified the very best of Floridians, and I wanted to recognize them and say thank you publicly on behalf of this great state and all of us that are given the responsibility to serve others. It just shows how remarkable that spirit of service is, and it doesn't matter if you're in the fire department, or if you're in the police department, or you're in the electrical works. Everybody's here doing their part to have strong and safe communities, and I was so moved that you would take the time to do that. And I know I've seen the reaction from people, not just in Florida, but around the nation. I think everybody should aspire to have that same heart of service as you do. So thank you very much. I just wanted to say publicly thank you. I know the electrical company in the City of Bartow is so very proud of you. We have someone here in leadership from the electric company, and they said that they're just so proud. And that shows pretty much the spirit and character of everybody that signs up to work with you. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now, this is an extremely important development to announce these funds. It's a lot of money for storms that occurred a long time ago, and getting that out and obligated was very important to me. But what is also important to me is to make sure that no matter what city you are or what state you're from, if you have had to survive a natural disaster like we are all too familiar with here in Florida, with back-to-back storms, very devastating storms, it shouldn't take a United States senator pushing to get funds released, right? We should have a process in place that is efficient, that people can count on, that cities know that their claims can be reviewed, verified, and approved in an efficient manner. And so once I determined there was a problem, and once I started getting some relief, we started investigating what we could do to law to make sure there was more accountability, transparency, and efficiency. So I teamed up with a fellow Democratic Senator, Angela Ossobrooks, and we put forth legislation called the TRACK Act, that stands for Transparency and Recovery Assistance and Claims Knowledge Act, that mandates a status tracker right on the FEMA website. So all those city managers out there, anybody that has a claim for recovery that's rightfully due to them according to law, they can track, monitor, and it provides for deadlines in which to get that information up on that website. So it's a tracker right on FEMA website, and I'm proud to say in my short time in the Senate, we not only proposed this legislation, but it now just got signed into law. And I'm so proud to announce that and deliver that, not just for the state of Florida, which we know hurricanes all too well in the recovery process. Certainly, many of us and many of our cities, counties are dealing with that. But this will affect any state that has dealt with a natural disaster. And I'm so proud of that work that we were able to get done in my short time already as a United States Senator. I also want to make sure that I don't leave the podium today, and I know these people would give me a really hard time if I didn't, to remind everyone that hurricane season is right around the corner. Hurricane season jumps off. We know this. It's not something that some of my colleagues in other states pay much attention to, but certainly it's at the top of my mind. And you remember, as Attorney General, one of the things I was very concerned was making people aware of protections that they had, the resources out there, because certainly we were engaged from the moment that season started until the end. So whether this is your first one as a new Floridian, and we know many people are moving to the great state of Florida from all over the nation, it is the beacon of freedom, the example of how to lead for prosperity for your citizens, but we do get hurricanes. And so we need to make sure those that are new residents understand how to best prepare for a potential storm strike, build emergency supply kits with bottled water, non-perishable food, medications, and pet supplies for at least 7 days, create family safety plans that outline what you will do and where you will go in the event of a hurricane strike, and reduce home hazards by removing objects from your yard that could become projectiles. You can go to floridadisaster.org. It has a list, emergency checklists, ways you can prepare. It also has links for you to monitor your area for evacuations that may be necessary in your specific areas. Taking steps now could prepare your family and ensure that they're safe. So please don't wait. Do this ahead of time. I can tell you, as someone that is constantly looking at my supply shelf for hurricanes, I am often found that throughout the year, I'm not going to blame my husband, but it might have been my husband pulls things down from that supply shelf and I have to restock. So I'm sure every family is in the same boat. I would advise you to take steps now to prepare. Again, I have been honored last year and a couple months to serve as your newest United States Senator, trying to identify challenges in government working for its bosses, the citizens, and fixing those, coming up with what drives me. And I'm so proud not only to announce that we've recovered the funding, the disaster relief funding, and had that obligated for so many of our cities and counties around the state, over $1.5 billion since I've been in office, over $5 million right here in Bartow. I am extraordinarily proud of the work that we have done to secure legislation to make the process as a whole more transparent and accountable to you. So thank you very much for having me here today, and I'm going to call up the city manager, Mike Kerr. Not call out. You didn't do anything wrong.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Senator, for your diligence toward getting the $1.5 billion, and particularly the $5.3 million for the city of Bartow. for the press and other people that are here today, I'm surrounded by probably, some of the best team ever. These are your first responders right here. So when it's time for the recovery phase, these men and women know exactly what to do and when to do it. And so we're very blessed because of this team. In the back, we have a continuation of the first responders, whether they be in public works or whether they be in utilities or a continuation of Bartow Electric. These are the men and women that are responsible for restoring service during the recovery phase, picking up the debris, which is always a monumental task, and then most importantly, restoring the electric, because power is very, very important with respect to municipal services. So we're very thankful, and they are here today to join the senator in celebrating the opportunities that hurricane season presents us. So we know what to do, we know when to do it, and so we can't wait to get that $5.3 million, I'll tell you, because we've been waiting on that for, 18 months, maybe longer. And, that's a lot of money for us. And so in order to make this work, we had to take out a short-term borrow to be able to, keep the ship flowing, to be able to pay the bills so we could, effectuate a very successful recovery phase. So the money couldn't come soon enough. And Senator, we very much appreciate what you've done. And we have presented to one of your staff members a letter that our fire chief, who also is our emergency management director, we took the time to review the report from the FEMA task force that was created by the president. And so we offered our comments there in terms of what we thought was working and what we thought needed to be tweaked. And so I know that came from a person that's experienced at the local level. He knows the details. So anyhow, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service as Attorney General. And I think Fire Chief Robinson is next. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. I'd just like to echo the city manager's comments. One, being born and raised here in Bartow, very much appreciate the fact that you took time out of your day to come to Bartow. All the way back to 2004, we've been hit with Charlie Francis and Jean and everything since then. And the true disaster within the disaster is the FEMA reimbursement. And so this legislation, I believe, is going to help us and the citizens get back to where they need to be and get on their feet. And I just appreciate everything you've done for the state, us and the state of Florida. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, again, I want to thank everybody that took time to be with us today, and certainly for choosing the profession of service. I have such great respect for folks that dedicate their professional lives to serve other people and their fellow citizens. It says a lot about who you are, your character, where your mission in life is, and really means a lot to me, but certainly means a lot to the citizens of the state of Florida, and I thank you. And at this point, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have, or call upon some people up here to join me if I can't answer. Yes, ma'am.
Is there that people that are awaiting the Elevate Florida funds, is that part of the $1.5 billion, or is that separate? What's the delay on that?
I can't tell you specifically on that specific line item, but I will have somebody get back to you on that. But this includes recovery assistance for multiple storms that has been delayed. It didn't take me long as senator to realize that that was a problem for our state, and got to work. So this is the third time I've been able to push a large tranche of reimbursements since getting up there, and that was going back a very long time, multiple storms. So again, it's always, for me, it's always a two-step process. We deal with the problem, try and create an immediate, efficient solution, and then try and develop a process, a mechanism, a law that will prevent it from happening again.
Yes, Senator, if we can zero in on the action being taken, so this was money that was allocated but never released.
Yeah, no, I mean, it goes back, it's more than that. It was money that was sought, and I think you could ask not only leaders here in this city of Bartow, but across the state, but claims that had been made, and maybe they had just been sitting out there without a response, without really sometimes even an update of where it was in that process. That's what we're trying to fix and will fix with the TRACK Act in terms of mandating that that information be available right on a tracker, right on FEMA's website, so that it doesn't feel like these claims went out into the ether and never came back. But more than that, it was finally getting them to approve them and obligate them and get that money moving towards the cities and counties. So that is the big news. That was the big commitment. And, you know, I'm confident that Secretary Mullen understands that this has been a problem, and we need to revamp the process to make sure that we are doing, you know, that the agency is functioning the way it was intended to, and that is to help people recover in the aftermath of these storms.
Yeah, someone who doesn't work within that system, I guess I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's been the problem, right? It's just it has been a convoluted mess of bureaucracy to get this even moving to understand if you were even going to get approved, right? So to announce that it has now been approved and obligated, that is a huge step, because when I got into office, I realized that there were a lot of these that were still outstanding, and people didn't even have the information of where it was in the process. So the TRACK Act, which was just signed into law, and I was so proud to have proposed, sponsored, pushed through to passage, that will go a long way into clarity. You're saying, I have no idea about this. That's not rare. Even the cities and counties sometimes can get lost in the convoluted red tape of Washington. This is meant to address that. I think it'll go a long way into clearing up some of those questions. Sure.
What are your thoughts on the president's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund? And as a former attorney general, should people arrested for crimes committed on January 6th be paid?
I think the Justice Department is getting more information to lawmakers right now on that. We'll see what comes up this week. I think we are very, very committed, and I, for one, was very frustrated that we couldn't get law enforcement and border security funded last week. It's been very frustrating to me, as you know, as Attorney General, securing our border, ensuring safety in our communities, supporting law enforcement. All of that was incredibly important to me. I worked very hard to make sure Florida stood out as a state that showed where our priorities were, how we would achieve that. That is why so many people are moving here, not only folks that want to come to a state that protects their freedoms and understands good policy, leads to prosperity, but they also want a state that promotes law and order and supports men and women in service. So you can imagine the frustration that I've felt as a new U.S. Senator to argue against an entire party on the other side that doesn't feel like that is a priority or necessary. So I want to get this done. I was very frustrated we couldn't get that done last week, and hopefully we will have all of the information that all of the senators need to move forward this week.
Ashley Moody earlier today in Bartow. Let me get you live to the House of Representatives. The House just voted to approve the budget. That'll send it on to the Senate. But we're hearing right now from House Speaker Danny Perez, so let's listen in.
For the last 13 years, through the service of 7 speakers, Sergeant Hosford has stood as a steady and reassuring presence in these chambers. Sarge, you have watched over the members and staff of this institution with professionalism, integrity, and dedication. No matter the circumstance, you carried out your responsibilities with calmness under pressure, sound judgment, and a genuine care for the people around you. Beyond the title, you have been a trusted friend, a source of wisdom, and someone who has helped make this house not just a workplace, but a community. Many of us have benefited from your quiet leadership, more than you probably realize.
House Speaker Danny Perez recognizing the House Sergeant at Arms, who I believe is retiring there. You see him being honored with some kind words there from the House Speaker on this special session. And let me also give you a live look right now in the Senate, where they have, I believe, are getting ready to kind of get underway. You see, not really in the middle of anything just yet, but get some things getting ready to get underway once they get some of the preliminaries out of the way here. So we'll keep monitoring the situation in Tallahassee. Right now, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. So let me give you a live look right now in Volusia County, where we are awaiting a hearing for Elisa Montalvo. You see her sitting at the defendant's table there. She faces 9 counts, including vehicular homicide and tampering with evidence. She is the woman who is now charged in connection with a deadly crash that led to the wrongful arrest of another woman. So investigators are actually saying Montalvo hid her car and repaired it to cover up a crash that happened in October that led to the wrongful arrest, investigators say, of an innocent woman. So Montalvo now facing charges in connection with this deadly crash. She is appearing in court right now. That hearing expected to get underway any minute, and we will check in on that, continue to monitor that hearing this afternoon. Congressman Darren Soto was in Orlando earlier today holding a news conference at the Orlando International Airport, where he announced some, well, it looks like before I get too far into that, it looks like this hearing is getting underway. The judge just coming into the courtroom, and so we will go ahead and listen in.
Microphone toward you if you're planning on, unless you want to use the podium. All right. At this time, we're here on case number 2026-103269, CFDL, State of Florida versus, is it Alyssa or Elisa?
Elisa.
Elisa Montalvo. State's motion for pretrial detention is what's set on the docket. Go right ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. On behalf of the state, Mike Willard.
And the defense, let me just let them announce for the record. I'm sorry.
Alexis Nava Martinez for the defense and my co-counsel.
Sarah Altez. Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't have any opening statements. I just have one witness to present.
And just have them come forward to have the clerk swear them in. Sorry, I missed it. My apology. Let me have the clerk swear you in.
She's solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sorry, I wasn't looking in your direction. The clerk will, the deputy will have you take a seat here. They just have you swear you in up front by the clerk. Thank you.
Right over there, sir. Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Sir, could you introduce yourself, spell your last name for our digital court reporter, please?
Yes, Master Corporal Brian Gunswell of Florida Patrol. Last name is Gensler.
And how long
since 1999, 27
What is
years.
your current job responsibilities or your job title with Highway Patrol right now?
Currently under the CERT team with the Florida Patrol, which is a special investigation reconstruction team, reference to traffic homicide.
Is that different than some of the normal Highway Patrol offices or stations that are located throughout Florida?
Yes, it is.
How is that different?
There's a group of 10 of us throughout the state that cover the whole state of Florida, taking certain cases that demand special attention and needs to do reconstruction on that require a lot of legwork or reconstruction in one way or another that sometimes that the general traffic homicide units are not able to do.
And briefly tell the judge what kind of training and experience allows you to do traffic reconstruction and other police work like that?
I've been getting trained on traffic homicide classes since 2005. I'm currently almost 2,000 hours into multiple classes, majority of 2 or 3 classes a year at minimum, sometimes 6 classes, just to keep up with the basic ongoing evolution of traffic homicide.
And have you passed all of those classes?
Yes, I have.
And do you stay current on the latest developments that may occur in the law or the way science evolves in that field?
Yes, you have to in this field.
I want to draw your attention to an investigation where the person later identified to you as Elisa Montalvo. Do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point the location of the receipt and color and article of her clothing, please?
Yes, the benches view, I think, but she's sitting in the orange outfit in the first, to my right, in the first table.
At defense counsel?
Yes.
Table, I'm sorry. We're going to ask the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Any issue for the defense? The record so reflects.
And all the things you investigated, did they occur in Volusia County?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to October 4th of 2025 and an incident involving the death of 3 different people and the injury of a 4th. Did you participate in that investigation initially in October?
No.
When were you requested or asked to participate in this case?
Not until April 27th when I got to receive the phone call from the state attorney's office here in Volusia County.
So the state attorney reached out to you personally and Highway Patrol and asked for help? Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And ultimately, did your command staff in Tallahassee approve participating in this investigation and the traffic reconstruction?
Yeah, we took, that was until the following week, the May 6th, I believe it was, when we officially took over.
Did any of the officers investigating this case, are they the same officers that investigated a different case involving Miss Isaac?
I can repeat that one more time, sorry.
The personnel, the folks with Highway Patrol that are currently investigating this case, is that the same group or batch of people that was investigating a first case involving Lindsay Isaac?
That was the original investigators were investigating Lindsay Isaac.
And your group was investigating who?
Our investigating, we started with Lindsay, but then transferred to Miss Montalvo.
On October 4th, 2025, can you give the judge a brief description of the nature of the crash and who was the parties, the injured parties?
Yes. Well, in this case, there was 4 vehicles involved in this. We had a motorcycle driven by Mr. Dino. We had a.
And regarding Mr. Dino, is he deceased?
He is deceased.
He was the gentleman driving a motorcycle.
Yes, Suzuki motorcycle.
Who else?
Then we had a Ford Focus driven by Miss Berrios. In this case, which she received serious bodily injury to.
So she got injured.
Yes.
She's alive.
Yes.
And the other 2 people involved.
The other 2 people were both in a Honda Pilot. Mr. and Mrs. Salinas. I can't pronounce, probably making the name wrong, but starts with a Salinas, if I say it right.
And those 2 people had succumbed to their injuries, and that's passed.
Correct.
did you review all of the evidence that initially came in, including 911 calls, on October of 2025?
Yes, eventually, yes, we did.
And you and the other people in your specialized unit more or less looked at all of the things that occurred, or all of the evidence that was collected in October of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And is that investigation still ongoing?
Yes, it is.
When you were initially contacted to participate on this case, why were you asked to come help?
I've been asked because I've solved multiple hit and run investigations by putting it together with little or no evidence. It's been some type of my specialty during my career of putting multiple cases together with little or no evidence from a leaving the scene of a traffic fatality.
So you have experience more or less in redoing a crash reconstruction from the beginning?
Correct.
Is that what you and the other folks in your group in the CERT team were tasked to do?
Yes, in this case, yes.
Was Ms. Montalvo initially the person of interest in this case?
No.
Who was?
That would be Miss Lindsay Brooke. Isaac? Yes.
And is her case still pending?
As far as I know, no.
Her case is finished?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of car Miss Isaac was said to have been driving that night in October of 2025?
Black Dodge Durango.
And the nature of the car that Miss Montalvo was operating or said to have been operating, what kind of car was that?
A maroon Dodge Durango.
Do these two cars, are they similar in appearance, or how would you describe the appearance of both of these cars? Notwithstanding any damage or anything, just went on a car shopping and you compared the two, how would you compare the two?
Well, of course, the identical. They're almost from the same model trim of how they come out from the factory. They're both dark in color as to the shade of the color in them. So they're very similar in stature.
So you mentioned that they're similar in stylistic trim. So the body panels are more or less the same shape?
Yes. They may have some slight, very slight differences, but majority of the differences would be with the inside of the vehicle.
So the exterior of our maroon Durango, would you say that is similar or totally different than the exterior appearance of a black Durango?
Well, if we're talking specifics, they always have different fabric options or changing that you can choose from with each inside. But there's the mechanics or the electronics inside the vehicles based upon these vehicles are slightly different.
How about the exterior appearance? The way that the doors or the body panels are molded or sculpted. Are they similar or are they different?
They're similar.
Very similar?
Very similar.
Hearing more from this investigator taking the stand right now, talking about some of the evidence, how they were able to solve this case. We've got to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll get you back inside the courtroom as this pre-trial detention hearing continues in Volusia County on the other side of this break.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back inside this courtroom in DeLand, where we are hearing from a Florida Highway Patrol investigator and expert witness here, talking about solving this case and what led to the arrest of Elisa Montalvo. She is now facing 9 counts in connection with a deadly crash on I-4 that initially led to the wrongful arrest of an innocent woman who said she had nothing to do with it. So after that happened, after those charges were dropped, new charges filed against Elisa Montalvo. She's in court right now for this pretrial detention hearing. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Did you later discover another 911 call that you just briefly mentioned about a red or maroon Durango?
Correct.
Tell the judge, do you know who made that phone call?
Yes, that came from, I don't remember his name off the top of my head at this second, but we later interviewed by our team, and he initially called 911 and reported a red Durango with getting the first 3 numbers of a license plate.
Would that person perhaps named James Imundo?
That's correct.
So Mr. Imundo was the person on that one call that described a maroon Durango. Tell the judge, what did he say on that 911 call?
Yes, he actually described the 911 call. On the 911 call, described this red maroon Durango traveling like a mad person. Initially was very concerned that it was going to cause a crash. So before the crash even occurred, he was able to memorize the first 3 or jot down the first 3 letters of this tag because he was so concerned the erratic driving, making multiple different lane changes across all lanes of the eastbound traffic.
So this person was able to get the description of the color and make of the car, a black maroon Dodge Durango, correct?
Correct.
In addition to the first 3 characters of the license plate, correct?
Correct.
And the first 3 characters of that license plate he described, who did that license plate belong to?
That came back to Mrs. Montalvo.
So the description offered by a witness on the scene of the first 3 characters ended up being correct, meaning he described the correct car.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Did you interview the deceased Mr. Dino's, or listen to an interview regarding Destiny Dino?
Yes.
And how is that person related to the deceased?
That is the daughter of the deceased.
And when you interviewed her or listened to her interview, did Miss Montalvo's name come up?
Yes, it did.
How do the 2 of them know each other? Miss Dino and Mr. Dino, the deceased, and Miss Montalvo?
She's a friendly, a family friend of the dad, Mr. Dino, that she was an acquaintance to.
And did Miss Dino, Destiny Dino, tell Highway Patrol that Miss Montalvo was present that night?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about initially when they met up and then eventually when they left? Tell the judge, what did she tell you about when they first met up at a location?
Yes, they firstly met up at the Elevate 8 in Seminole County at the Town Center Mall there.
What is Elevate?
It's a family fun park, I guess. It's got go-karts, games. It's for family / kids for inside playground, really, for adult playgrounds or kid playgrounds. So
it's a leisure center.
Yes.
And did Miss Dino say that Miss Montalvo was present?
Yes, she did.
Did Miss Dino say what kind of car she was driving?
She said yes. She drove away in a red Dodge Durango.
So Miss Dino saw Miss Montalvo drive away right before the accident in that maroon or red Durango, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who else was present with the group of folks at the Elevate Leisure Center?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Well, it was including her dad was there, Mr. Dino, including Miss Montalvo was there, plus Miss Destiny's, her own kids were there, along with friends of Mr. Dino that drive motorcycles as well.
Did Mrs. Dino, Destiny Dino, describe to you the nature of their relationship, or whether they were friends or acquaintances, or how they knew each other?
Just that they were friends and that they had they were just well-known friends that's met that she's known in the last month or so prior in certain family events.
Did Mrs. Dino tell you how frequent the two of them would chat or communicate or just hang out or something like that?
Yes, but they only it was only on a few events that she's seen her prior compared to her dad.
After the dad passed, did Miss Dino talk to you about whether she had contact with Miss Montalvo or not?
That she said that she attempted to, but she was, in her words, she was ghosted by Miss Dino. It was not. There was no contact for a time period.
So Miss Montalvo and Miss Dino didn't really have much contact after this occurred?
Correct.
If you could describe to the judge physically how these vehicles collided, which car hit what first, in sequential order?
Yes. So the right side of the red Dodge Durango struck the left side of the Suzuki motorcycle, which was blue and white in color.
Was that observed by witnesses?
Yes, that was.
How did the witnesses describe how that first collision occurred?
They, in some of their statements, said it was almost intentional, as the red Dodge Durango was all the way in the left lane and swerved or veered across the middle lane into the outside lane where the Suzuki was.
So it was described initially by witnesses as perhaps intentional?
Possibly intentional, yes.
Did they talk about the speeds involved and the manner of travel?
Yes, they did. There was one witness, multiple witnesses, that it was a high rate of speed or driving reckless, and he, the first witness that was actually interviewed on scene, estimated 100 to 115 miles an hour.
Did that same person describe how that maroon Durango was driving? Was it using a blinker, or what was it doing?
No, it was just making multiple change lanes, driving in a reckless manner.
Disregard for safety of others?
Yes.
So the first collision occurred when the witnesses say the Durango hit the motorcycle on the motorcycle's left side. What happened to the cyclist?
Cyclist then traveled off the outside shoulder in that area. It's the outside shoulder there goes in the super decline, going towards a wood and towards a swamp. So the motorcycle would then be out of.
That's a pretrial detention hearing continuing in Volusia County. We are getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be back at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. We're going to check in with Fox 35's Esther Bauer to give us the latest on how things are going out today along the Space Coast after the New Glenn explosion yesterday. We are also standing by to hear from the FBI in Miami, where they're going to talk about preparations for the World Cup and the 6 or 7, I need to double check that, the handful of World Cup games that's going to be played in.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live on this Friday. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. Number of things we're monitoring this hour. If you are just joining us, we've been keeping an eye on a pretrial detention hearing out of Volusia County, where a woman who is facing charges in connection with a deadly hit and run is facing 9 counts. This is the case that we've been talking about this week, that where an innocent woman was originally arrested before investigators ended up filing charges against someone else. So we're watching that. We are also standing by to hear from the FBI in Miami. They're going to be talking about how they're getting ready to make sure the World Cup games in South Florida stay safe. But we are following up today on a huge story along Florida's Space Coast, the explosion last night during a static fire test of a New Glenn rocket. We've been covering this throughout the day, all since last night is breaking news. And Fox 35's Esther Bauer joins us live now this afternoon. Esther, I know you've been following up on this today, talking to folks. What's going on along the Space Coast today?
Well, everyone is still talking about this along the Space Coast. You just walk up to anybody, and I think the first question that comes to mind is, where were you around at 9 p.m.? Did you see it? Did you feel it? Did you hear it? Because it was just an incredible sight of, I think, a lot of fear for most of us, seeing an explosion of that magnitude. Did a nuclear bomb just go off on the Space Coast? But now I think the big conversation all of us are just glued to is seeing that destruction at the pad, knowing that this was a fully fueled rocket, 300-foot tall rocket, one of the biggest rockets out there right now. To see it explode and knowing just the reach of that, what we are going to see on the pad, and then the setbacks going forward of how this is going to, oh my gosh, just looking at that video, still kind of, you don't have words when you're watching it, seeing how much the fire spread. But now seeing this damage, seeing parts of it completely gone up in rubble. And then the big question is how long is it going to take Blue Origin to rebuild? And that is still TBD. We have no idea how long it could take this company to get this pad back up and moving. So here on the Space Coast right now, we do know NASA's new admin, Jared Isaacman, he is on the ground right now. He is at Launch Complex 36. He is trying to look at damage. And the reason why NASA cares, why is NASA here when this was a Blue Origin pad? It's because NASA was betting big on Blue Origin for its moon programs going forward. This week, we had just talked about Blue Origin was supposed to be launching, heading to the moon on this rocket in the fall to start delivering rovers and other tools to start building out the moon base. Well, now Blue Origin doesn't have a rocket pad where this New Glenn rocket is supposed to launch. So that's why the NASA admin cares deeply when he's been ramping up operations here for his private contractors and for NASA, saying we're in a space race with China. We have to get there first. We have to move fast. I don't think anyone was thinking during a static fire test we would see a massive rocket blow up in front of our eyes. We also know the Space Force Station, they have crews also at Launch Complex 36, and they're working to also start surveying the damage and how this will affect operations going forward. What is really striking, though, is, Garrett, to see a rocket of this size go up in flames. And then a few hours later, I was at home getting ready and I screamed to my husband, did we just have a rocket launch? Was there another rocket launch? Because when you live out here on the Space Coast, you kind of know what they sound like. Your home starts to rattle a little bit and you just kind of know when one goes off. We had a rocket launch this morning. And I think that that's showing folks that follow space and, you know, have seen the problems, space is hard. And so there are going to be problems. And we're able to see that the Space Coast is able to pick up the pieces going forward. And other private companies are still launching rockets. Now, I'm specifically here at Jetty Park. Right behind me, all these trees and stuff, is the beach. And that matters because we're hearing from Blue Origin teams that hazardous rocket debris could be washing up on shore as we speak. So we were out on the beach a little earlier today talking with beachgoers that are walking in the sand, swimming. Some are looking for said rocket pieces. The big advice right now is you should not be touching it. You shouldn't be grabbing it. You shouldn't be moving it. If you see anything that comes ashore that you think, could this have been part of a rocket? It doesn't look like it was ever in the ocean before. There's a specialized number. Blue Origin has a crisis response team that they want you to call. They want you to reach out, and they are going to come out and try to take up this hazardous piece of a rocket. Some beachgoers we spoke to are a little bit fearful of the fact that why is Blue Origin not boots on the ground, on the beach, in the water, surveying and trying to find the rocket pieces? There is some fear with, children and just people in general swimming. If something were to, come up on them and scratch their leg, if they ran into it while they were swimming. So there is a little bit of fear from the people that we spoke with of, okay, if this is actually hazardous and you're telling us not to be anywhere close to it, they want to see Blue Origin teams on the ground right now on our beaches trying to find it. I actually just saw something pushed out that people and officials in Volusia County are also telling beachgoers right now that, hey, what happened all these miles away in a completely different county here on the Space Coast could affect our beaches too. So really be aware of that going into the weekend. We don't have much answers yet, Garrett, other than the fact that everyone survived, which is incredible because when you see those shots, you're automatically thinking, oh my gosh, I really hope that, no one was close by. So what we know is that Blue Origin says none of their team was hurt. Space Force Station also says the same. But as far as the why, as to how this could happen, we don't know yet. We know that many agencies are trying to figure that out. But I think still the shock is setting in. How did we see this? How did this even happen?
All right. Yeah, still so many questions. You can't blame folks there for their concern as well. Fox 35's Esther Bauer, we appreciate you joining us, giving us the latest on all this from the Space Coast.
You're welcome. Sounds good.
And just a little bit ago, I had the chance to speak with Dr. Don Platt, who's the director of the Spaceport Education Center. He's a professor at the Florida Institute of Technology. And we talked about what this means, especially for those future Artemis missions and other moon missions that Esther was mentioning, because of how closely some of those missions are tied to Blue Origin. And so here's what Dr. Platt said about what this could mean for the timeline of the next moon landing.
Well, Jared Isaacman, the director of NASA, has said that he would really like to have both the Blue Origin lunar lander and the SpaceX lander that is based on a Starship in low Earth orbit for the Orion capsule to dock to for a demonstration mission for the next Artemis 3 mission. And basically, they want to do that in low Earth orbit because it's a lot easier to test out a new system that way than go all the way to the moon and wait until they're there for testing it for the first time. I suppose they could go ahead, assuming the Starship gets through the problems it's had lately too, and becomes an operational orbital vehicle here within the next year with an Artemis 3 mission with just the Starship. But definitely NASA would much prefer to have both of them and be able to compare them and really have two versions of the lander to enable a true lunar base in the near future.
There have been some operational issues, like you talked about, with on the SpaceX side and on the Blue Origin side, and these are two companies that are expected to take major roles in these upcoming missions and in the future as we see more of the privatization of all of this. Does this, you think, make the NASA administrator and others a little nervous, knowing the goals and the objectives here when we keep hearing about the new space race and trying to beat China and all of this? Is this cause for concern?
Sure, and that's why Isaacman apparently came to the Space Coast early this morning to see really what was going on here and what happened with the Blue Origin incident. Yeah, this is definitely a cause for concern. We were already tracking that the lunar lander programs were behind schedule. Some of our previous discussions, we've talked about that a bit, and now we're seeing that two of the biggest space companies in the world, Blue Origin and SpaceX, are having difficulties with getting these lunar lander systems operational and be able to have them even tested in Earth orbit, let alone getting them to the moon. So that makes it much more difficult to really envision a lunar landing by 2028.
Dr. Don Platt joining me earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, talking about the impact of this and the fallout from it for future missions. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Let me get you right to Miramar in South Florida, where we are seeing Andrew Bailey, who is the co-deputy director of the FBI, joining some other law enforcement agencies. You see FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass standing there as well. They are giving an update about security preparations for the World Cup. We know there are a number of games being played in Miami, 7 World Cup matches that are going to be played there. And so we're hearing from officials about some of the steps they are taking. We just heard from the co-deputy director saying that he's confident that everything will go smoothly and safely. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Office is fully engaged. We have embedded personnel directly into all security lines of effort. We're driving real-time intelligence sharing through the Southeast Florida Fusion Center and the FBI's National Intelligence Coordination Center. In addition, the FBI recently stood up the FBI's National Counter-Drone Training Program in Huntsville, Alabama, and in coordination with Federal Air Marshal Service, we will detect and neutralize all unauthorized drone activity that threatens the matches and the Fan Fest events. I'm especially grateful for my colleagues here whose officers have participated in this program and are now certified in counter-UAS operations. Currently, 6 officers from the Miami area and 1 from Tampa are graduates of this training program and are actively strengthening our operational readiness posture. Make no mistake, the FBI has the people, the partnerships, and the resources at the ready. Our success is directly tethered to the relationships with the law enforcement professionals you see standing with us today. They will be on the ground in the command posts ahead of any threat. The eyes of the world will be on South Florida, and the world will see this region at its absolute best. As co-deputy director of the FBI, I can say with complete confidence that the law enforcement professionals across South Florida are prepared and committed to keeping this event safe. Our goal is clear. We will protect the community, the fans, the athletes, and everyone through our combined might. The partnerships in this room are not new. They are time-tested and mission-hardened, as I mentioned. When those first matches kick off on June 11th, Florida will be ready. Our collaboration, our planning, and our commitment will leave a lasting legacy for FIFA and for every major event that comes to this state in the future. The world will be watching, and together we will make sure they see the very best of the United States of America and what Florida has to offer. I thank you for your time and attention, and I want to turn it over to our special agent in charge of our premier field office here in Miami, SAC Brett Skiles.
Good afternoon. So FBI Miami's #1 priority for the 2026 FIFA World Cup is really simple. Maintain a safe and secure environment for the teams, the fans, and the South Florida community. And we'll do so in close collaboration with the law enforcement partners, many of whom you see standing up here with me today. Collectively, we have spent months preparing for this important international competition, which will bring fans from across the globe to our nation. We welcome them and want them to enjoy their time in South Florida both safely and securely. And I can say with confidence that when we are ready and will remain vigilant throughout this tournament, we want to keep the focus on the matches and the festivities. One area I want to highlight for our communities and our guests is the use of unmanned aerial systems, or drones. The Federal Aviation Administration has established temporary flight restrictions around World Cup stadiums and venues. And for us, this means our Hard Rock Stadium and the Fan Festival at Bayfront Park. If you have a drone and you're planning to use it during the World Cup matches, keep in mind that flying a drone in these areas is strictly prohibited. The FBI and a select group of law enforcement partners have the authority and the capability to intercept and seize drones that violate these restrictions. This includes civil penalties, criminal fines up to $100,000, up to a year in prison, and a seizure of your drone. And there will be no grace period for violators. Drone operators should always check airspace restrictions before flying a drone using FAA-approved Before You Fly apps or visiting tfr.faa.gov. And if anyone sees unsafe drone activity, report it to law enforcement immediately, and let's keep the skies safe. My comments and the Deputy Director's comments will also be available in Spanish and Portuguese immediately following the press conference. I'd like to introduce Chief Manny Morales from the Miami Police Department as our next speaker.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be here. And first of all, I would like to thank the Deputy Director Bailey from the FBI, Special Agent in Charge Skiles, and the FDLE Commissioner Glass for being here today. The collaboration meeting we had today is the reason why Miami is strong. Miami stands ready for whatever comes our way. My message today is incredibly simple, right? For our residents, our visitors, we've been preparing for over a year to make sure that these events that are happening in South Florida go off without a hitch. To any individuals, bad actors that have nefarious intentions, are thinking about even coming down to South Florida, what you see behind me is the reason why you will regret the decision if you come down here with bad intentions. We stand ready to protect our community. We stand ready to showcase the best Miami has to offer, to not only enjoy the games, but to highlight the beautiful area in all our cities. And the cooperation that we bring together is truly inspiring. So we're looking forward to a great series. And as we host the 23 days of Fan Fest in the beautiful city of Miami, our beautiful downtown, and our absolutely iconic Bayfront Park. So come on down and enjoy the games. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeffrey Vincent, the Southern Regional Administrator. As the world comes together for the FIFA World Cup 2026, the FAA, in coordination with the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice, will establish temporary no-drone zones here in Miami and across the United States over match venues, fan festivals, and certain team locations. A no-drone zone means unauthorized drone flights are strictly prohibited in the designated airspace and surrounding grounds. During major sporting events like the FIFA World Cup, the FAA uses temporary flight restrictions, or TFRs, to secure the airspace and to help protect participants and attendees on the ground. On match days, unauthorized drone operations will be prohibited within a 3 nautical mile radius of a host stadium up to 3,000 feet above ground level, with additional restrictions of 1 mile and 1,000 feet at designated fan event sites. The FAA recently launched the Drone Expedited and Targeted Enforcement Deter Initiative to accelerate the identification and enforcement of drone violators. Deter will be used at the World Cup in support of enhanced drone enforcement. We encourage you to enjoy the tournament, but please leave your drone at home.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Glass. I'm the Commissioner of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And I just want to say what you're seeing here today is a teamwork, partnership, and not one agency can do it all. We have to do it together. That means you too. That means you out watching this. As you heard the SAC talk about and the FAA administrator talk about, what you need to pay attention to is on drone activity. If you see it, call it out. If you see something, say something. That's the campaign we always have here. 1-855-FLA-SAFE. 1-855-FLA-SAFE. That will get it there so that way we can pay attention to it. You heard the federal law enforcement piece on that, but I also will tell you the state law enforcement piece on that. We have drone operators. We've already been through the school thanks to the FBI. But at the same token, we do watch drone activity in their flying. There are state statutes out there. If you decide to modify your drone, don't do it. Don't do it because there's felonies involved in that. Don't do it. If you try to skirt and not do the right thing, we will come after you. You're in the free state of Florida, but you're also in a law and order state. You're in a law and order state, and we want you to come here, have fun, have a blast. South Florida is one of the mecca of all visitation of anybody want to travel and have a good time, but at the same time enjoy this great sunshine we have in this great state. On behalf of Governor Ron DeSantis, the cabinet, and our legislators, I want to welcome you to the South Florida area, but prepare yourself and have fun, but prepare yourself to pay attention to suspicious activity. That way you can let us know if there's something that doesn't seem right, we need to know about it. And I will tell you, again, the chiefs, the sheriffs of South Florida are second to none. And our federal cooperation here with the state of Florida is second to none. There's not one gap in between us. The only reason why you're seeing gap in between us is because we got tape on the floor. They told us to stay that far apart. Usually we're like this, but you don't have that problem. So anyway, I just want to say again, thank you, Deputy Director. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you having us here. And have fun at the games. Have fun. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Adam Stahl. I'm the Deputy TSA Administrator. I want to thank the Deputy Director and the FBI for having us here today. What you see here today is a federal, state, and local coordination really of the highest professional caliber. And we're honored here to be one of many behind me today. Through robust security partnerships and extensive coordination at key venues across the transportation system, the agencies and the organizations behind us are really working extremely hard, both in here in Miami, but also across the country, to really ensure the safety and the security, as the Deputy Director and others said, of the participants, the players, the attendees, and the residents within Miami and the greater nation. So Miami, of course, has a unique spotlight with 500 million ticket requests, including #1 requested match in all of the World Cup. It has a unique spotlight on it, and of course, the folks behind you and myself are prepared. We're working extremely closely, again, with FBI, South Florida law enforcement agencies to really ensure that these operations are both risk-based but also intelligence-driven, and that's incredibly important here. On the transportation side, we're to really ensure the safe, secure, and seamless movement of travel, both in Miami and across the broader nation. We're really focused on augmenting these resources, both staff and technology, It's going to be positioned at Miami International, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International, Miami Metro bus stations, Miami Stadium, North Perry Airport, and rail, of course, including Brightline and others, and Tri-Rail. As well, TSA has deployed advanced security technologies, again, to ensure the seamless and secure travel of the large uptick of individuals coming in and out of the airports and other areas of critical infrastructure. We heard a little bit about drone technology, and so, again, TSA, and again, with the Deputy Director as well, and the FBI are really working all hands on deck to ensure that we're rapidly addressing this unauthorized drone activity that we're hoping, again, encouraging folks to leave the drones at home, as the FAA and others mentioned. We're continuing to support also TFRs, or temporary flight restrictions, to secure our airspace in coordination, again, with the FAA and the FBI. And so there's going to be a zero tolerance. You heard this from state and locals and federal as well. Zero tolerance for reckless or criminal drone use, full stop. And so penalties are going to include substantial fines, criminal charges, incarceration, drone confiscation, as well as a district court violation known as to unlawful drone operators. So really wanted to thank, again, the FBI for having us here today. And this is really what interagency looks like in its highest forms. Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, I was hoping you might comment in the collaboration and partnerships, Deputy Director, of what the role of ICE and CDC is expected to be.
Well, the President signed an executive order that details where each federal government entity fits in the structure, and so that's available through that executive order. And what I would say is that the minute the President put pen to paper, his executive agencies, under his direction and leadership, instantly began operationalizing that vision. And it includes not only across the lines of the federal government, but also in close coordination and partnership. Because look, it's not just about securing the matches and securing those fan fest events and those base camps. It's about all of the other activities that go on that put stressors on local agencies, local law enforcement. We know that although there are sanctioned events, fan fest events, that every bar with a television and a happy hour is going to host events of their own. And so that creates unique challenges from a staffing and law enforcement perspective at the local level. So it's not just those federal partnerships, but integration at the local level as well. And I would just direct you to that executive order.
There were scenes of chaos 2 years ago outside of the stadium when fans rushed from other countries during a high-profile match. Is the FBI coordinating with local officials and authorities to prevent those kinds of scenes from playing out again?
Absolutely. Look, every event like this carries certain amounts of risk. However, the partnerships, the coordination beforehand, the lessons learned help mitigate against those risks. Because what I would tell you is that the law enforcement standing behind me and the men and women that put on that uniform to keep these communities safe every single day, they have experience hosting.
The FBI and other law enforcement officials saying they are ready, they will be ready for keeping the World Cup safe. 7 matches in South Florida. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Let me give you this live look right now. This is one of our cameras over downtown Orlando this afternoon. And check out those dark skies. The rain is coming down. And I tell you what, just a few minutes ago, the skies were looking ominous. You could really see kind of that borderline between the clouds and all that. And now it is just completely clouded over. Storming there in the Orlando area, or at least raining. You can see storms we are in across much of our region this afternoon. Looking at a number of our cameras with raindrops on them as we head later into this afternoon. We are in the rainy season here now in Florida, and tracking these kind of daily rain chances and showers, and certainly seeing a bit of a pattern change as we get ready for this weekend. But again, you are seeing the dark skies all around the region right now, the rain falling. And so we are going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who joins me now with our Florida Live forecast. Noah, we were just showing the cameras. We've seen some pretty ominous skies and showers and storms kind of ramping up this afternoon.
Rainy season's back.
Yep.
Winter. There's two seasons in Florida. It's either hot and raining, or it's not. And we're back to it's hot and it's raining on a daily basis. So let's take you outside right now. We have a lot of track. In fact, nothing severe currently, which is good news. But we do have some big clouds. In fact, we've got really wild clouds. This is from up in Flagler County. You can see from Greg, that is a shelf cloud. That indicates the surge of rain-cooled air coming in out ahead of a thunderstorm, and that often goes over your head, gets really gusty, then the temperature drops for a few minutes, and we're seeing a lot of those from the thunderstorms we have out there for today. So Greg got that one from the Flagler Beach area. And a lot of storms today are going to continue to move from northwest to southeast, and we will track those all throughout the afternoon. Take you outside now to Mount Dora. You see not really much in the way of cloud cover right now. It's still pretty sunny and also nice. We will see some showers in Mount Dora, I think, in about an hour or so from now. Here's the view from downtown, as you just heard meteorologist Garrett Weimer talking about. And you can see some of the raindrops on the camera there right now. This storm actually produced a wind gust of 42 miles an hour. So there are some strong winds coming into downtown. And this storm, this is probably big news to cover too, Garrett. We'll talk about this after. Probably a ground stop coming to MCO from this thunderstorm. So if you're flying coming into Orlando this afternoon, or you know people coming in, there will probably be a very impactful ground stop at the airport here momentarily, because if you didn't know, Orlando actually leads the country in ground stops, and all it takes is one thunderstorm of the right structure coming in from the right angle, because the runways are oriented north and south, and you're going to get a ground stop. So I was just checking. It looks like it's about to be. So my point is, even a 45-minute ground stop where nobody in and out, 45-minute ground stop, it causes huge ripple effects for hours of flights coming in. Generally, the outbound ones get out and recover faster, but because all the planes that are in the air have to hold in holding patterns where they are, or they have to wait at the place that they're at before taking off. So just a little heads up, if you're picking somebody up or you're flying out, there will be an impact from this one singular thunderstorm going over the airport here momentarily. Temperature 92. There's the other angle from downtown. You can see we're looking off in a different direction. Here it is from the tourist district. Not seeing much in the way of rain there right now, but there will be some downpours coming by here in a couple of minutes. And this is from Titusville, where we just had a really big thunder shower go by a couple of minutes ago, impacting some of the cleanup and examination of the launch pad out there. Still crazy to look back at what happened there last night on the Space Coast. All right, so what we're tracking, the rainy season is officially here. There's no more, it may come, it's over on the other side of the state. Now it's here, and it's here to stay. So now that we're in the rainy season, a reminder that things can vary. Oftentimes I get asked, and all of us get asked on the storm team, what is it going to rain this weekend? Is it always 3 o'clock? Well, there actually is more variance in the rainy season than you may think. What I mean by that is that we sometimes joke about, it's easy to weather forecast in Florida in the summer. It rains at 3 o'clock every day. Well, partially that is very true, but on a serious note, there is a week to, generally it's about a week or two, the pattern holds and then it'll change. Case in point, the last 2 weeks, all of the afternoon storms were over in Tampa, Sarasota, and Fort Myers, and we were almost completely dry. Now we're going to get in on it. So on a 7 to 14 day window, where the peak of the storms each afternoon is in Florida will vary. Is it on the East Coast? Is it the West Coast? Once we really get into the peak of the rainy season, July and August, you'll see the timing of the rain go longer into the evening. That's also a big change that you might not always think about. Yes, it does start raining in places noon, 2 o'clock. But the downpours, because there's more heat and humidity in July and August, they will be able to reform and go through the evening. So oftentimes, once we get to July and August, you'll still have big downpours 8 in the evening on a routine basis, as opposed to right now at the end of May heading into early June. So that's the headline number one that we are tracking for you out there tonight, is that the rainy season is officially here. Number two, we're looking at temperatures that are going to stay pretty consistent. And through next Wednesday, there's going to be a lot of rain across Central Florida, which is good because we've had the worst drought since the late 90s. Now, there still is the chance of some tropical development next week in the Western Gulf, but the good news is that whatever it does, whether it stays a nothing burger or becomes a weak system, is going to get pushed away from Florida, so we don't really have much concern or anything to be worried about here in the Sunshine State. Temperature map, it's basically where it's rained versus not. Where it's rained, it's in the 70s or 80s. Where it hasn't rained, it's still in the 90s out there, and the heat index is still way up there. In fact, we've got a couple of places up over 100. Big change today compared to yesterday is that the flow and the winds are from the north. So all the storms are moving north to south. Yesterday they moved west to east. So case in point, we can get day-to-day variation of the direction everything moves. Right now the dew points are very humid, but by the time we get to the weekend, we're going to go up into that tropical category, and it's going to be like that into early next week. You can see the heat index out there now is still up in the upper 90s and lower 100s, which is only slightly above typical for this time of the year. Generally, we'll see a heat index like that every day in the summer. So here's the view of the radar. I'll leave you with this. We've got storms scattered out there. They're moving from north to south. I think they're going to be going from about now through, let's say, 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. Big storm over by Port Canaveral, big downpour over downtown Orlando, then a couple of more loosely scattered showers up around Volusia County, then up into Flagler County. So if you're heading out this evening for dinner plans or errands or anything, definitely have the umbrella on standby. I know the radar might not look too impressive right now, but there will be more downpours that form and linger as we head through the evening. And I think they'll probably go scattered about through about 9 o'clock tonight. So we've got probably 6 or 7 more hours of these passing downpours. I don't think we're going to have anything severe today. Doesn't look like there's enough energy in the atmosphere for severe storms. Tomorrow, Garrett, will actually take a brief dip down in the rain coverage. So if you're trying to make weekend plans, I think tomorrow is a little bit better than Sunday. Sunday in particular looks like there'll be like a lot of downpours from noon and through like 7 o'clock. So if you're trying to do a theme park day or working on the house, tomorrow a little bit better than Sunday.
All right, Saturday's the day to do it if you don't want to be dodging showers and storms the whole time.
Correct.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berger, and we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
As we go to break here, give you another live look over downtown Orlando. We'll be right back.
beautiful.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 Tampa Bay, and senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, the biggest story for this area today surrounds human remains that were found in Lakeland last night, shortly before 8 o'clock. The Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd held a press conference about 2 hours ago, and he wants to stress that detectives do not believe that these bones belong to Tanya Whip, Ethan Fusel, or Savannah Mahoney. All of them are at the heart of very high-profile missing persons cases in Polk County. Now, Sheriff Judd, he did say that several children, ages around 6 to 12 years old, were playing in the woods yesterday when they found those bones. He said that one child stayed at the scene while the other kids went home to tell a parent. And Judd said that at first the parents did not believe these children that they found bones in the woods, but eventually a parent went out to this cow pasture. The bones were found on the edge of a cow pasture near the woods, and that parent saw the skull, mandible, as well as 3 vertebrae. This all happened in a pasture near Fitch, Hastery Road, and Morgan Combi Road. An autopsy was conducted this morning, and that autopsy showed no evidence of damage to the skull. Now, investigators are working to identify the remains using dental work, such as crowns and fillings that were present on these remains. And Sheriff Judd also said that they are looking for the rest of the body. He said that it is possible that animals drag the body, drag the rest of the remains into the woods. And he did say that the person who owns this particular cow pasture in Lakeland gave detectives permission to be on the property and to do a thorough search of the property. Now, during this press conference earlier today, Judd referred to these remains as a he, but he did say that he's not 100% sure if these remains belong to a man or a woman. And again, he did say that these remains, he does not believe, belong to Tanya Whip, Ethan Fusel, or Savannah Mahoney. Judd did say that detectives are asking the community to report any missing relative. And he said that maybe you have a relative that you may see, you know, every couple of weeks or maybe every month or so, and you haven't seen them recently. He said to give the sheriff's office a call. And he did say that, again, they have not identified these remains, but he does believe that these remains belong to someone who was in their 30s or 40s. So again, Sheriff Judd is stressing that if you have any relative who is considered missing or you haven't heard from in a while, to give them a call. Garrett?
It's certainly a disturbing find for those kids to come across, but they really did everything that they were supposed to in running and getting help and reporting this.
Yes, they did everything they were supposed to. And the other thing that the sheriff kept saying, he's like, these were kids, again, ages 6 to 12. They didn't get out of school and play on their phone or playing video games. He said that they were doing what kids are supposed to be doing. They were out playing. Again, this happened is a cow pasture, but right at a wooded line. He said these kids were outside playing when they happened to make this discovery. And again, they said one child stayed behind just to stay at the scene while the other ones ran home. And he did say that these parents did not believe the kids at first because they came home saying that they found these bones. And I mean, it is so unusual, and the parents didn't really believe them. And Sheriff Judd said it did take the children some time to convince these parents that, hey, we really did find these bones in the woods. And again, when that parent went out to the cow pasture with the children, saw these bones and immediately called 911, and that sparked this death investigation. Again, this happened around 8 o'clock last night is when these bones were reported found. The children found them earlier in the day, and the detectives have been searching ever since. They're searching for the rest of this body. But again, Sheriff Judd said that he does not believe these remains are of Tanya Whipp, Ethan Fusel, or Savannah Mahoney. He said one of the reasons he does not believe that this body, these remains belong to any of those three is that the three of them, he believes, died long before that these remains, the body, the person who these remains belong to, passed away. He said that the body was decomposed, but it doesn't appear that they were dead for, he used the phrase, not that long of a time, although he didn't specify when he believes that the person who these remains belong to was killed.
Still a lot of questions, about that whole situation. Now, next in our Tampa connection, an update on some redevelopment in Clearwater.
Yes, the Clearwater Main Library was packed last night as residents listened to city officials on the plans for the future of downtown Clearwater, which include a roughly $350 million downtown proposal. So right now there are 42 storefronts along Cleveland Street that are in various stages of construction or renovation, and one of the largest plans is an 83,000 square foot Evo Entertainment Center, which organizers describe as a major destination for visitors. However, the rapid growth is bringing tough questions. City Council member Mike Menino questioned the timing of the presentation, asking what has changed with the strategy or the market to spark this sudden discussion. There are also lingering questions about who is behind some of the limited liability companies involved in the projects. Clearwater Mayor Bruce Rector says the community wants transparency, noting that it remains unclear exactly who owns and is developing some of these properties. The redevelopment is heavily connected to properties linked to the Church of Scientology. Now, the Cleveland Street Alliance, that's the group helping oversee much of the effort, told us that the new storefronts will be open to everyone, not just church members. The group's manager, Scott Dobbins, says they are committed to being open about their plans and are proud of the project. Mayor Rector added that while it is private property, developers will build more trust with the community if they bring in familiar businesses like Starbucks, Tequilas, or Clear Sky. Now, the Cleveland Street Alliance says the first wave of new businesses could open later this year, with more expected to open in 2027. Garrett?
All right, and finally in our Tampa connection, Nancy, an exciting event coming soon to the St. Pete Pier.
Yes, the Red Bull Cliff Diving World Series is coming to the St. Pete Pier on June 5th and June 6th. This will be its only stop in the United States this year, and it's the first time the series has ever come to Florida. Now, crews have installed the platforms on a custom-built dive tower located at the pier near the Museum of History. The massive tower stands 103 feet tall, and women will dive from 70 feet, and the men will dive from 90 feet, reaching speeds of up to 53 miles per hour before hitting the water. Organizers say the water at the pier is about 12 to 15 feet deep. Now, a total of 24 international athletes will compete, including American diver James Lichtenstein. This is his fifth year in the series. Lichtenstein placed third in Bali last weekend during the first stop of the tour, and last year he became the first American man to win an event on home soil. Divers say the hardest part is overcoming the fear and managing the mental strength it takes to jump from that height. Now, the free event will kick off at 11:15 in the morning on June 5th, and local organizers say they expect more than 50,000 spectators to turn out for the event. Garrett?
Ooh, that sounds like an event for sure. I will not be participating, but it'll be something to watch, that's for sure.
Yes, it'll definitely be something to watch, and it's super exciting that this is the only stop it's making in the United States, and they chose the St. Pete Pier. It's for the first time ever in Florida.
Yeah, that is cool. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
And let me give you a live look right now at Kia Center. We are tracking breaking news involving the Orlando Magic. Stay tuned here to Florida Live. We will break it all down for you on the other side of this break. Live look at Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic, on this Friday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. We are tracking breaking news, seeing multiple reports now that the Orlando Magic are finalizing a deal to hire their next head coach. The name is Spurs associate head coach Sean Sweeney. Again, first reported by ESPN, now seeing this being reported by The Athletic and other outlets as well. So it sounds like this deal is close to being done. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we have independent reporter Sean Green joining us live now via Zoom. Sean, we appreciate you joining us here for some breaking news with the Magic on this Friday.
Yeah, I was not expecting this, Garrett. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Okay, so your kind of initial gut reaction when you hear this name, Sean Sweeney, what do you think?
This was the guy I wanted for the job. I think he was the best candidate. I know a lot of people wanted the Magic to go after an experienced head coach, a guy that has been there and done it before. And yes, that would be the safer option. But out of all of the candidates that were out there, I believe the coach with the highest ceiling is Sean Sweeney. He's ready for the opportunity. He's been there, done that. He's been an assistant for a very long time. And yes, this team is ready to win now. But I think if you look at the Spurs this season, you see he is an integral part of what they've done this year. And I think out of all the candidates, he has the highest ceiling, like I said.
What makes you say that?
Well, he is a defensive coach, and I know a lot of people don't like that, but his development of the Spurs roster, he was an associate head coach for the Spurs this season. So the Spurs knew that this guy was going to be a head coaching candidate. They gave him the tools to really take over that defense. And you saw last night when they played the Oklahoma City Thunder what this defense can do. And again, I know a lot of Magic fans wanted an offensive coach, but I think if he brings in the right assistants, I think he can be a hell of a coach for the Magic. And again, the Magic can help mold him. He's really shown that he can develop, and this team still needs development. But defensively, I think the Magic can keep their identity while also having better offense with Sean Sweeney.
And so is this a case where it fits the makeup of this team, the roster as it's built right now?
I think to a degree. I think Sean Sweeney, definitely his defensive principles will be able to really be integral and integrated pretty easily with this roster. And listen, I think there are going to be changes. This team that you see right now will be different, just how Sean Sweeney wants to operate. And I think those changes will come as he enters the building and really sits at the front office and shares his vision. But I do think defensively, you're going to see a similar Magic team that you did in the 2024 season, getting back to that defense, whereas this season they were in the top 15, but they need to get back to that top 5 defense that they had prior.
What message does this hiring send to the Magic fan base?
I am intrigued to see how the Magic fan base reacts. I think a lot of people were assuming that the Magic would hire somebody like Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan was a name that I think most Magic fans just assumed that they would hire. So I am interested to see the fan reaction. What I would say to fans is this hire says that he was clearly the best guy for the job, according to Jeff Weltman in the Magic front office. You don't hire a first-time head coach for this team unless you truly believe he was the best candidate. So, yes, he has not had head coaching experience. That is going to be a mark on him right now, and we'll see how quickly he can really kind of step into his own as a head coach and build a program. But I think when you look at it down the line, they picked, in their opinion, the best guy for the job. In this case, it was a guy that has not been a head coach in the NBA before.
And Sean, obviously this is a big domino to fall when it comes to the rest of the offseason for the Magic. You expect more moves now that they have a head coach that's just about to kind of sign on the dotted line, it sounds like?
I do. I think we'll see moving forward. I think the first thing is going to be filling out a staff. I think that's going to be his number one priority right now. And then I think it's going to really be sitting down and figuring out what he wants this team to look like. Now, obviously, the front office probably has their goals and ambitions moving forward. But listen, Sean Sweeney is going to have a say in how this team operates. I know we talked about, the Magic are potentially involved in the Giannis sweepstakes. We'll see if that, is a thing with Sean Sweeney and if he wants to do that. But I think the first order of business is hiring his assistants, and I think the Magic are going to want him to hire some experienced assistants to really help him fill into his zone moving forward.
Independent reporter Sean Green, we appreciate you joining us on this Friday as we track some breaking news with the Orlando Magic.
Thanks, Garrett. I appreciate it.
And we are out of time here on Florida Live today. Give you a live look at Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic. We will have more on that coming up in a little bit. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live on this Friday. If you are watching on our digital platforms, don't go anywhere. Our live streaming news coverage will continue next right here on Fox Local. If you are joining us on TV, thank you very much for spending this last hour with us, and we will see you next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've been tracking the breaking news that according to multiple reports, the Magic are close to hiring and finalizing a new head coach. If you just missed our interview with independent reporter Sean Green, he said that this is the name that he believes they should have hired to begin with. And so this is, seems like from the analysts we've spoken to so far, seems like a good hire for the Orlando Magic. Again, this announcement, no official announcement, no comment from the Orlando Magic, but seeing multiple reports now that Sean Sweeney is finalizing a deal with the Orlando Magic to be the next head coach of that team. So we will continue to follow those reports this afternoon. We'll have more coming up a little bit later. Well, we have, it has been a busy day, a busy Friday here. It seems like Fridays are either really slow or really busy, and today has been really busy over the last few hours. We still have some time with you here on this Friday afternoon, and we appreciate you joining us. In some other sports news that we are following is Major League Baseball and the opening of negotiations between the Major League Baseball team owners and the Major League Baseball Players Associations as the collective bargaining agreement gets ready to run out later this year. A lot of speculation that there could be a lockout at some point, potentially even losing some games next season because of contentious issues that have to be resolved in these negotiations. One of the things that they are debating is a salary cap, something that some other sports have, but Major League Baseball does not. And so really a lot of major issues. But we have gotten our first look at the numbers, opening offers from the players, from the owners. And earlier today, I had the chance to speak with David Sampson, who is the host of Nothing Personal with David Sampson. He's also the former team president of the Miami Marlins, who joined me to break down these offers and what this means for baseball fans as these negotiations get underway. All right, David, this is what we've been waiting for. We're kind of seeing our initial proposals from the owners, from the players. Just give me your thoughts, first off, on what we have seen so far this week in these opening salvos.
Yeah, I think it's very important to remember exactly what you said. These are opening salvos. When you get a first economic proposal in a collective bargaining negotiation, that is not necessarily what you're going to see at the end. This is where two sides begin to make it clear to the other what their position is. And from there, you try to find any commonality. And the issue that I see with both the offer from the players and from the owners is that I'm not sure they're speaking the same language yet. The owners are talking a lot about competitive balance and making sure that there's a fair fight is the word that's being used a lot. And then there's a salary cap. Well, from the players' standpoint, they view the status quo as perfectly fine. They want to get more money to younger players. That's normal. They also want to find a way to get the lower teams to spend more. That seems normal. But they're also trying to protect the teams at the top end of the salary structure from having any sort of guardrails at all.
What do you make of the fact that the owner's initial proposal has an even higher floor than the players? Does that kind of give us an indication of where things are going to go from here?
No, I think you have to look at the details, and the owner's floor includes benefits, and that's a different way to calculate what total payroll is. As a president of a team, our payroll is not just the players on the field, but also the benefits that are paid to the players, any comp that is due players. There's different ways to calculate in baseball. Labor Relations Department has a calculation. Then the competitive balance tax is yet a different calculation of payroll. So right now, when the players say 150 and the owners say 170, first as a competitive integrity tax and second as a floor, those are not the same calculated numbers.
Major League Baseball has been highlighting the disparity. And obviously that's one of the main kind of things at issue here. And we're just seeing kind of different ways of attacking that. What do you make of some of what we saw in the MLB presentation, where they kind of highlighted the gap between the lowest spenders, you know, the Miami Marlins of the world and the Los Angeles Dodgers of the world?
Yeah, I don't think that there can be a disagreement that the Los Angeles Dodgers have more money available to them to spend on payroll than the Miami Marlins. The question really is, what do you do about that, and does it matter? So let's start with, what do you do about that? Baseball's view is, let's take all of local broadcast revenue, let's collect it, and then let's distribute it evenly. Let's tend to be more toward the NFL and what they do with media revenue. What the players are saying is, we will share more revenue with the bottom teams, but we've got to make sure that the top teams are not in a worse position. And as a matter of fact, the players in their proposal make it so the Dodgers would pay a smaller amount of tax. All in, their payments toward the bottom would actually go down by almost $100 million in the players' proposal, which doesn't help the disparity at all. It actually gives the Dodgers more money to work with payroll. And because that is the purpose of the players' proposal, is they want to make sure teams at the top have no limit at all.
What is going to be the biggest point of contention, you think, as this process continues to move forward?
Well, anyone would tell you the biggest point and problem is going to be salary cap versus no salary cap. But I'm not even there. I think the biggest issue is seeing how long it will take to get the two sides to start actually speaking the same language. As I mentioned before, it's impossible to negotiate when both sides are not understanding what they're actually negotiating. And if I'm saying the sky is blue and someone else is saying the sky is black, then there's no way to even negotiate what to do about the sky. We can't even agree what the sky looks like. And that's the problem where we are in baseball right now, is there's no agreement between the players and the owners with what the bottom line problems are. The players would say everything's fine. Look at the standings this year is the example they go to. And my issue is, I can't look at a statistical anomaly like what the standings are right now if I don't look at what's gone on in the past year, 5 years, 10 years. I need a larger frame of reference in order to understand my company, and I believe the owners have a better understanding, although, frankly, the players understand it too, but it would not further their narrative to agree that what the standings look like now are not entirely relevant. I go back to last year's World Series. Is it hurtful to baseball what the Dodgers have done? Baseball always said no. It has nothing to do with what the Dodgers do in one season. It has to do with what happens over a longer period of time.
Is this thing going to get ugly, David, do you think?
I've never seen a collective bargaining negotiation that wasn't ugly, and that has nothing to do with baseball. That's in any industry. When you've got a labor union and you've got management, definitionally, it's got to get ugly before you can get a deal. And that's why, as we sit here in May, toward the end of May, with an agreement that doesn't expire until December 1, we really haven't seen anything yet. In order to get a deal done, you have to have both parties feeling as though they're right at the edge of extinction practically, and you're not there this far in advance. So these are steps that have to be taken both legally and practically in order to get to the point where meaningful negotiation can take place.
All right, to pull out David Sampson's crystal ball here, because for years, it's kind of felt like we've been leading up to this contract negotiation that would likely be kind of heading toward a lockout or whatever. And so how do you see this playing out, or is it too early to tell right now?
I think that it's going to play out the way it normally plays out. And the players are saying, hey, the last time the owners called for a salary cap was 1994 and we lost a World Series. I don't think that's necessarily what we're going to see. But I do think on December 1st, there will not be an agreement, so there will be a lockout. That is a legal maneuver that is done by management. It is quite common. And then you will see negotiation that takes place over the winter and into the spring. The question is, will there be missed games? And that can only be answered as we head into February and March, when you really start to test the mettle of both sides. And I'm sorry to say that that's how it's going to be, but the truth is, for fans, enjoy this season, enjoy watching baseball, and learning how the sausage is made never makes the hot dog taste better.
Last thing here, David, and it seems like baseball has really taken some positive steps in the past few years with popularity, growing the fan base, the rule changes that have brought a lot of energy and excitement, and some new fans into the game as well. So how important is it that a deal gets done for the future of the sport, that a deal gets done without losing a chunk of the season?
Yeah, I think it's actually more important that a deal gets done that continues to answer to the fans. And if you talk to fans, and the players are denying this, but they know it's the case, when the commissioner talks about a fair fight, what he's talking about is how many markets go into a season saying, not only do I have hope that we can compete, I want hope that we can win a World Series, but then I want hope like in the other leagues where if we do win and we do have a player who we want to keep, that all teams have the ability to keep their best players. Think about the other sports. They do have a salary cap, but within that salary cap, you've got teams able to re-sign SGA, an MVP, a two-time MVP, and continue as a small market to try to build a championship upon a championship. And in baseball, it's just never been the case where you have your best players. If you're not at the top of the salary structure, those players really tend to go to other teams, and not too many of them are in competition for those top players. And what fans want is simply the ability for their hometown team to keep the players who hopefully a competent front office has identified as players who can help you win a championship.
Crucial questions, crucial issues, and no doubt a long road ahead. David, we appreciate your time today.
Have a good day. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Here's Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. taking some questions right now from reporters after announcing some new actions to combat Lyme disease. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Restore trust in the public health system by making sure that we always tell the truth. We're going to make these regulatory agencies trustworthy, but we're going to make them improve public trust by making them trustworthy. And during COVID, we saw something that had a long runway, which was that the government was not always telling the truth to the American public, that science was being manipulated, that the messages that people were openly, regulatory officials at the highest level were openly telling what they called noble lies, in order to get the public to do something that they genuinely thought that they ought to be doing. They would misstate the data, and we're not doing that anymore. We're telling the public now, and if you've watched what we're doing over the past 15 months, we tell them what we know and what we don't know. We're changing our websites so that we acknowledge that there are gaps in the information, and we're not going to fill them by lying to people. We're going to fill them by doing the research that should have been done. And we've changed the trajectory of NIH. So it's looking narrowly at what are the causes, what is the etiology of chronic disease. And those studies have not been done, and that's regulatory malpractice. We're going to tell the public whatever the science says, that's what we're going to tell the public, and we're not going to take shortcuts.
Unfortunately, the secretary has to get going, so I want to again thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming to the state of New Hampshire, and we will do everything we can to help you get the message out and make sure people are as safe as they can be. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
That's a news conference in New Hampshire wrapping up. Meanwhile, we're watching a couple of other national stories as well. This is a news conference in New Jersey where we're hearing from the governor, from police and others talking about the protests outside the ICE facilities that we've been watching there. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
Interactions between ICE and protesters. We really feel like adding ICE to this situation has made things less safe. And we've seen a surge now in ICE agents coming into the region, which has given us a great deal of concern. So right now, we are working to make sure we get ICE out of the situation, establish peaceful areas for protesters. We also had a protester get hit by a vehicle, which is why we last night took actions on the vehicles, and are working again to just create a much safer environment. And we know from other states that that is not how ICE would take charge of the situation. So we are making sure that we give them no pretext for coming in here, clearing out the ability of people to actually, raise their concerns, peacefully protest. We are going in to make sure that we are both creating the ability of people to draw attention to the real concerns that they have about what's going on inside this facility, where there has not been enough accountability, that they have the ability to peacefully protest, and that they do so safely. I would say as well that the other concern we already were addressing for tomorrow is that there are pro-ICE protesters coming as well, so we are setting up areas so that people can protest peacefully against what's going on inside the facility, but also the pro-ICE protesters have an area to protest as well.
You had mentioned that you saw a surge of ICE agents coming into the region. Is it your understanding that's directly tied to what's happening at the Hall right now? What does that look like?
That is certainly our concern.
Governor, are you aware of ICE breaking a law that you signed whenever they wear masks to counter protesters outside Millennium Hall, recognizing that this is probably a matter for the courts? Is there a way to exercise jurisdictional authority by the state?
Max, we agree with you, and that's why we are in court right now.
You mentioned the Fourth Amendment. Has there been an issue with ICE taking things from protesters
You know, our concern, my concern in speaking to many of the protesters is certainly with respect to due process. I was hearing from many of the protesters that people were here legally. They were showing up to their court hearings, then picked up by ICE, put into the facility to Delaney Hall, and then not having appropriate hearings. So, for example, Senator Kim said that he had heard that in one day one judge was hearing 74 cases, I believe. That certainly does not give people their due process rights.
But, I mean, it was relative to, you said First Amendment and Fourth Amendment, and that's why the state police would be there.
Well, the state police are there. We are here committed to all of our constitutional rights. Those are some of the rights I'm concerned about. The state police are specifically there to ensure people have the ability to protest and that they can do so safely.
Have you been in touch with Governor Hochul or Trump administration on what's going to happen with Newark Airport? Mark Mullen mentioned a possibility of limiting flights or international flights at the airport in connection to Delaney Hall.
That's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, to think that right now we have a situation, we're here in New Jersey, we are laser focused on taking care of people to ensure that people inside Delaney Hall are treated with dignity, to ensure that people who want to exercise their constitutional rights have the ability to do so, to ensure that we are following the rule of law and public safety. And instead of being any help whatsoever in this regard, values of this state certainly, and historically this nation, we have these threats coming that they're going to shut down the international terminal in Newark right before the FIFA World Cup. It's completely ridiculous.
Governor, do you have any word on whether or not the Department of Health will be allowed in for a full inspection, not just an isolated area inspection?
That's what we're in talks with right now. We have not received word back, but we certainly went in. Our Department of Health went in there. They did not have full access. And, you know, I strongly feel like if you are running a facility that is safe and humane, you would not restrict access like that. It would be like if you're going into a hospital with the Department of Health and you just get to see the kitchens. That's certainly not adequate. And so we have the GEO facility, for some reason, acted as if they didn't have the authority to do that, so we have taken that up with ICE. We are waiting to hear back.
Yesterday, we obviously heard several reports that some of the ICE officers inside were being violent towards the detainees. Is your office addressing that at all?
We continue to have our federal delegation who is going inside routinely to speak to people inside the facility. We also have worked, as I said, to get the Department of Health in there to understand, because we've also received complaints about unsanitary conditions and food. And we'll continue to work to get answers on all of that, along with our federal partners.
Very final question. Governor, we know that the GEO Group is a privately contracted entity, but is there any clarity on who actually owns the land? And is there any way for the state to exercise authority in how that particular parcel is used?
So there are a lot of people that own different areas. It's why we're very careful about choosing how we could make sure that protesters had the ability to have a space to protest. Essex County has allowed us to use land that is very close to the facility, so we are able to secure that for them. We also, I think bringing up GEO, it's, here you have a private group that has historically been in court for poor treatment of people inside their detention facilities that they run across the country, gave, tons of money to Trump's campaign, and now have $1 billion contract, as we are fighting affordability, as people's costs go up, $1 billion contract to run this facility poorly, I might add, at the same time that many of the people inside the facility were not breaking the law and were showing up to their court hearings. So again, that is why I've been opposed to these private detention facilities, among several other reasons, and that is why I think it should be shut down, because it's obviously not operating well right now, and that's why we're continuing to work to get inside the facility to make sure that we can have the Department of Health in there to see what's going on. Thank you. Thank you.
That's a news conference wrapping up in New Jersey on this Friday afternoon. One update for you on something we were tracking earlier, that hearing, the pre-trial detention hearing for Elisa Montalvo, the a woman who is now facing charges in connection with that deadly hit and run crash. She is being held without bond. So that is the word from the judge, the decision from that hearing that we were monitoring earlier today in Volusia County. One other thing here, I was starting to set this up, a couple of hours ago. Congressman Darren Soto in Orlando today announcing some funding to help out MCO and Kissimmee Gateway Airport. $43 million in money that's coming there. And we had the chance to speak with him after that news conference earlier today at MCO.
What are we doing here today? And you can just look at me.
We are doing major upgrades of Orlando International Airport and Kissimmee Airport. We were able to announce $43 million in federal grants today. You know, the bathrooms at MCO definitely need an upgrade. They are actually fairly notorious for being some of the worst bathrooms of a major airport. And a lot of Central Floridians and travelers know exactly what I'm talking about. So this is going to be great for the traveler experience for our local folks traveling abroad. And then with the Kissimmee Airport, this has been a long time coming. We've been working for 10 years to get a new air traffic control tower. It's a growing city with growing executive travel, and we also do a lot of pilot training there. And so getting a new tower after decades is absolutely critical for this growing airport, and getting them $10 million at a time when we're just coming to the end of this big infrastructure law that was passed over 5 years ago was a real victory today.
And I know you kind of summed it up with your statement, but why is this so important to you and for the city?
So many Central Floridians, we travel in this airport. We have these world-class terminals and security areas. We have all this dining now, all these upgrades, but the bathrooms are still, in poor shape. People have to wait on lines. They sometimes snake out into the hallways. They cause crowding, and it wrecks the traveler experience, whether you're a Central Floridian or a tourist coming in. And so this is all about making it easier for travelers, for families especially, as they're traveling, so they have a better experience.
I guess you talked about the bureaucracy of it all. I guess the success that it is, cutting through all that red tape and getting this stuff for the people.
So we definitely thanked all the administrators at GOA and at Kissimmee Airport today, because they got a lot of paperwork to fill out. I get to vote for the legislation. I do letters of support. I go hat in hand begging this or that member of the administration for funding. But without them filling out these hundreds of pages of federal applications to highlight essentially need and the ability to construct these projects along with federal funding, we don't get this money. And so I wanted to make sure to let everybody know these administrators around here are slayers of bureaucracy. They are cutting through the red tape to help me get the funding back to Orlando and Kissimmee.
Right on. I guess your comment on SpaceX.
It's Blue Origin.
Blue Origin, there you go. I'm sorry.
I got you.
Congressman Darren Soto earlier today in Orlando. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus today. We appreciate you joining us on what has been a very busy end to the week. Stay tuned, though, here on Fox Local, because our live streaming continues next with Fox 35 Weather Plus, tracking more showers and storms across Central Florida this afternoon. The good news is that the skies right now, at least here in our area, not looking quite as ominous as they were just a little bit ago, but we know that can continue to change. So thanks for joining us today. I will see you next time. Have a